happen again.
Well, we're going to start. We can't wait. All right. So welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of June 19, 2019, and it's also June 19th, as you all know. And let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. And Leslie, could you lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fresco. Beautiful. Let's see. Vice Chair Lambert. Here. Commissioner Landris.
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon. Commissioner Perry.
Here.
Sheriff Fonda.
Here. Okay. Planning Director's report.
Good evening, Commission. Upcoming for your agendas, July 3rd is canceled. So the only meeting we have scheduled now in July is July 17th. That's a special meeting that will be starting at 6 p.m. On that agenda, we have the continuation of the R1 discussion that will start tonight, and we'll have the red lines of the proposed development standards. We also have zoning map correction, ROI, and then a track map for 423 Ocean Avenue. Looking at the council upcoming items, June 25th, the Ocean Avenue project statements of official action. July 23rd, we have the 4th Street Historic District appeal, also 808 Wood Acres landmark appeal, and then the annual DA monitoring report. And then finally, we want to say thank you to Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Perry tonight. Technically, this would be your last Planning Commission meetings. If we can, by chance, steal you into the next month or so, that would be great, but we'll see. But we just, from PCD's perspective, just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work, thinking back to what you've been involved in, coming up on the kind of the heels of the adoption of the land use and circulation element, thinking the Bergamot area plan, the zoning ordinance, the DCP, along with so many projects I couldn't even remember them all, but really did appreciate your efforts and all your work. You've been a great addition to the commission, and we'll miss your contribution. So thank you very much.
Well, I would like to second that. First, Amy, you've always been sort of the quiet one.
She's not going anywhere.
On the right, and or the left, depending on where you're sitting. But you've always asked really penetrating questions, and also, obviously, I'll always ask the question that everyone else was thinking about, but no one wanted to or could or was willing to ask. So that's a very valuable part of our commission here. And for Jason, I'd like to say what I admire is your exceptional graciousness with all the people that come in front of us. Angry, happy, indifferent. You always treat them so nicely. It's a lesson for all of us. And also, you're also willing to always get down and figure out what is the right thing to do. Not that we don't, but you're always very good at that, particularly in the last meeting I saw where you stepped in and really did some things that really needed to be done, but no one else was doing them, so thank you for that. So anyone else want to add anything to our departing commissioners?
I just want to thank Jason for being so calm. I mean, it's often that we see things differently, but you really are a calming influence for me, and I appreciate that. I mean, you have a way of looking at things that are very intrinsic in terms of the issues, and I really appreciate that, because sometimes I get a little carried away, and you bring me back into focus. So thank you, and good luck. And Amy, my housing person on the Planning Commission, I don't know what I'm going to do without you. Pardon? Continue the fight. Fight on, although I'm not USC. And I know you'll be back, because there are housing issues coming before us over the next year or so, and I will make sure that you know about them, and that you come in and give us the benefit of your knowledge. So thank you so much.
I would just add briefly, I think, Jason, this is your 16th year of commission service, if I'm not mistaken, because you spent, at least, but you spent 8 years here, and you spent 8 years on the Housing Commission, and before that, you have been in service for a long time, and I think that speaks to your character and your devotion and your service, and to the kind of community that we have in Santa Monica that we are really lucky to be all a part of. I also want to say, as a new commissioner, the voice that will be in the back of my head after you have completed your service here is who speaks for the code. There have been a number of times when we have wanted, particularly on hedge appeals, I will say, when we have wanted to try to craft a creative solution using the many, the talents and the creativity of the 7 folks on the dais, and you've always reminded us that the code is a reflection of many, many, many people's careful, thoughtful, hard worked and hard-earned consideration, and that we ought to give it its due, whatever else that we think we might like to do. And I do appreciate that, and we'll keep it in the back of my mind.
Okay.
I do want to say something about Amy, given the opportunity. I was trying to be brief, but I appreciate your efficiency and the looks that you gave me when my questions went a little long. But I was trying to be brief.
Perfect.
Okay.
Actually had a question for David on the schedule. Sorry, which is given these changes and given our uncertainty as to how many people the council will actually be able to appoint on Tuesday, just so the public is aware as well that we think perhaps July 17th might be in play, as whether or not we are quorate, or whether or not is the best to bring the rest of the R1 update on that particular evening. I just want to ask.
Yeah, we'll have to see what council does on the 25th. They do have appointments scheduled for that night, so I expect they will make some appointments, but we'll have to see how that goes, and then what that means in terms of our quorum. But we'll make that decision after the 25th.
I guess, and I wrote to you about this today. Both Sean and Nina are going to be gone on the 17th.
Right.
So we may only have 4 commissioners, and given the gravity of these issues, I think it's much wiser to have a full commission up here discussing the issues for the public and for the city council as we make our recommendations. So I strongly encourage that we put this over to August.
Right, we hear that and agree.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, if I may, just Commissioner Anderson, I'm happy that we're leaving together because I've just so admired the depth of your analysis and just the way you look at things. I might find that I agree with what you're saying, but then the fact that I didn't go as deep in my thinking as you did just prompted me that for the next issue that I need to go deeper. You were an inspiration throughout, and I'm glad that the new commission, that'll be special between you and me and everybody else that you've served with so far, and the new commissioners, they'll just have to watch the tape to get that. And I want to thank everybody. This is such a remarkable community. It's such a special community, and everything that I have experienced as a planning commissioner has reflected the strengths of our community, from commissioners to city staff, to the members of the public coming and speaking to us and reaching out to us outside of meetings and wanting to talk to us about their concerns. It's really just underscored how incredible this community is. And Commissioner Landris, it's worse than you think. It's worse than you think. I was appointed to the Housing Commission in 1998, so I was 11 years on the Housing Commission, and we pay attention to details here on the Planning Commission, right? It was actually 2009 that I was appointed to the Planning Commission, so it's been quite a while. So I'm now going to adjust to going from Commissioner Perry to Citizen Perry, and again, more than anything, just thanks to everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And
Amy.
and I hope I'll be fast here. Commissioner Perry, same thing. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and the preciseness of your contributions to the discussions. I feel like your contributions were always very focused, and I often enjoyed that, despite, I think, our mutual commitment to lots of aspects of the city's policies, that we didn't always agree. And that was fun. Thanks to all the rest of the commissioners and all the time that you're putting in. I want to give a special thanks to to the city staff. I think Santa Monica is lucky to have an incredible planning staff in terms of its commitment and knowledge and hard work. And it's just, I think it's been an incredibly stimulating 7 years, I think, and a thrill to be part of an appointed commission that's pursuing policies that are expanding opportunity and expanding access and creating housing opportunity and mobility. I think this city is really committed to some strong and powerful policies, and I'm happy to have been a part of it.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioner announcements?
I have one. So last night I went for a few minutes to the West Side, one of the latest meetings for the West Side area plan that is under development by the City of Los Angeles. I have a few extra postcards here, which I'll pass over, and stickers that say, "I love the West Side." Noticing who's in the room for this particular meeting on R1, seeing some of our leaders from different neighborhoods around the city of Santa Monica, I do want to encourage folks to be up on what's happening with the West Side planning area. This is the city of Los Angeles looking at West Los Angeles, Brentwood, parts of Brentwood down into Delray, really many of the sides, if not all of the sides that surround us. It's a little bit odd to go to these meetings and see streets like Centinela or Santa Monica or Pico dead end into a kind of "here be dragons" at the end of the map. And I would say that many of the West Side's residents are expressing similar goals and concerns about transit access, housing access, but also traffic mitigation, safety mitigation, speeds on boulevards that we in Santa Monica are expressing. I know there's a meeting coming up between the two planning teams. I'm told it's on the agenda. But I do, again, because this is our large neighbor to the east, but our literally every north-south street on our southern border and every east-west street on our eastern border is on the table for this plan. I do want to encourage folks to be vigilant and participate and communicate with our partners and neighbors in West LA. It's a very thoughtful process that they've undertaken. They're really iterating on their comments, and if you Google sort of West Side Planning Team, you'll find more information, also from the City of LA directly. But this is underway, and I want to make sure that we are in that mix.
Okay. First item business is the approval of the minutes. They're on the consent calendar. Does anyone have any corrections or amendments?
I'll move approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we've, does that fly then? Because there's just, I guess it's still 4 votes, so it still works. Okay. Statements of official action, also on the consent calendar, that's 2827 Pico Boulevard, conditional use permit 18 ENT 0397. Are there any amendments, corrections?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, call the question.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lambert,
Abstain.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Perry. Chair Fata Bernardi.
Yes. Okay, item 8A has been continued to a future date. That was the revisions to the Pico commercial strip, basically. And so we're now on to item 9A, public hearings and discussion regarding Promenade 3.0.
Hey, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alan Loomis. I'm City Urban Designer and co-leading the Promenade 3.0 effort initiative with our partners at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., or DTSM. I have a brief presentation to bring you up to speed on what's happening on Promenade 3.0 efforts, and a request for you to adopt a resolution of intent to initiate some zone text changes that we think will be supportive of this planning effort. And I can keep my presentation relatively brief because I know you have a full house for discussion on other matters. So as a reminder, Promenade 3.0 really begins with a couple of propositions that are rooted in the changing and very disruptive dynamics in the retail, entertainment, and food industry that is really challenging the kind of economic foundations of the promenade. And in conjunction with that is a changing landscape for great urban places. Since the promenade was built in its current form in 1989, the number of great pedestrian urban spaces in Los Angeles one can visit has expanded exponentially. And so the promenade is no longer in an elite group of places you might want to go to. And meanwhile, with the exception of the minor changes or kind of improvements that were made to the dinosaur fountains this past year, we've not invested into the physical infrastructure. And as our city manager likes to point out, if we were a privately held mall, and we have one directly adjacent to the promenade probably would have been redone at least twice by now. And we haven't addressed the promenade. So the convergence of these three to five factors, depending on how you want to count it, have really led the city and Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. to say we need to reevaluate the promenade and ensure that we're doing everything we can to continue to ensure its economic success. It's still a very successful place. It still accounts for somewhere on the order of 15% of the city's sales tax revenue, so it's still very strong. But as anybody who's walked the street recently, you're starting to see more vacancies than we have in a long time, and that's concerning everybody involved. So that is, in essence, what the Promenade 3.0 project is this reevaluation of the promenade and looking at a lot of different aspects of it. So the project has really been divided into what we call 3 project lanes. They're sort of parallel but supportive activities. The first is to develop the physical infrastructure, the capital improvements, the condition of the sidewalks, the lighting, the pavilions, et cetera, the dinosaur fountains, really looking at all of that fresh and asking if any of that needs to be updated. And that because it involves not only a lot of dollar figures potentially, but also because it makes physical changes in the street is what has captured a lot of attention throughout this process. But it's not the only piece that we're engaged in. And I'll tell you where we're at with lane 1 with the next couple of slides. Lane 2 is really where we're asking the resolution of intent on text changes to the zoning code. And that begins to look at those 5 bullets you see there, which really has to do with ensuring that the city's codes and processes are not impeding the kinds of tenants we'd like to see on the promenade. And I sort of get into a few examples on that one. And then lane 3 is about the management of the public space, and this is really about the partnership between the city and Downtown Santa Monica Inc. It's about essentially a kind of the franchise or the license agreement that DTSM has to do activities, stage events out on the public space, and what kind of regulations they operate under. One of the challenges for the promenade is, in contrast to, say, the Grove or Santa Monica Place, is, of course, that the promenade is a public street, and the street at the Grove is not. So Rick Caruso can decide what he wants to do on his street, and he's basically king and emperor. We live in a democracy on the promenade, so we have to make sure what we're doing lives within the constraints of and benefits of a democracy. So lane 3 is really a kind of emphasis for DTSM to try and negotiate their position and what they can do relative to public right-of-way. And the Pride event that just finished this weekend is a really great example. Apparently the numbers for what's pedestrians that came out on the promenade are just like through the roof. So we'd like to see more activities like that to bring people back to downtown. So that's kind of what lane 3 addresses. Lane 1, coming back to the capital improvement project and looking at the physical infrastructure, the street's been divided really into 3 different phases. Part 1 is a physical needs assessment. We've presented that document. We've completed that document and presented it to you earlier this year. That also included a public life, public space study in which we evaluated how people were actually using the street. We had 2 days of people standing out there with clipboards and counters, tracking all sorts of activity. And we put together a menu of improvement ideas, which was really about 50 different ideas that people have said, let's try this on the promenade. And so we just wanted to inventory all those ideas. We're in the beginning phases still of part 2, which is to develop a concept plan for what we think the promenade of the future could be. And so the very first line item there under part 2 is to prepare 3 implementation scenarios. We have not yet got to that point. So part of what we wanted to share with you today is a vision and goals statement that will help guide the creation of those 3 implementation scenarios. And then once we get through all the concept plan work, then we'll get to figuring out the implementation strategy and the kind of financing side of it. There's obviously a relationship between the concept plan and how it's going to get financed that will work out, but we're many steps away from being in a place where we can tell you how much the street improvements are going to cost and who's going to pay for them and what budget cycle they'll come from. And our current scope of work with our consultants, Rios Clemente Hale Studios, only takes us to the end of part 2. So we'd have to have a plan that everybody supports and then go back to develop contract with Rios or somebody else to develop the actual drawings for implementation for to move forward with phase or part 3 or phase 3. So we've been working with a variety of different stakeholders, including DTSM board, a roundtable of property owners, and a task force that we call the Promenade Policy Task Force, which Commissioners Lambert and Landry's and Fresco have been a part of. So this will be familiar territory to the 2 of you that are here tonight. Also includes 2 members from Architecture Review Board, DTSM board, and representative of the property owners. And before we embarked upon any design work, the task force and the other groups thought we really need to have a clear vision statement. And so that's what we're going to share with you for the full commission's kind of concurrence obviously would take any input that you might have on the sort of wordsmithing of this, but it's been wordsmithed a number of times. So the vision you can read up there is the kind of overarching vision. And the word that I'd like to emphasize here is authentically. Every single group that we've talked to has said that the promenade needs to be authentic to Santa Monica. Everybody has a slightly different opinion about what that means and how to accomplish that. But that's a word that has always come back when we've talked about the future of the promenade, is that it needs to be authentic and to Santa Monica, feel like a real Santa Monica place and not like someplace you could find anywhere else. So under that, we've developed 7 different goals. So I've got them split into 2 slides here. And these goals emerge out of some of the observations from the public life study, the conversations we've had with the different stakeholders, and incorporate some other factors, as I'll sort of illuminate shortly. So goal number 1 is that the promenade really is, or Santa Monica's living room, downtown Santa Monica's living room. It's the place where Santa Monica and the world gather. And again, we saw that just this past weekend with Pride Festival. Goal 2 is that its identity is about its unique location adjacent to the beach, of being a retail high street, just 3 blocks from the beach. Our partners at DTSM say their identity is bourbon, meaning beach and urban. That is to say that you could find somebody coming out of a business meeting in downtown Santa Monica wearing their flip-flops and sporting a surfboard under their arm. But it's an important kind of observation here that gets reinforced with the later goal, that what makes the promenade unique in the landscape of other great places in Southern California is that we're adjacent to the beach. And so actually one of our consultants sort of said when they come to Santa Monica, it's not just the promenade, it's the pier, it's Tonga Park, it's the beach. There's a whole ecosystem of activities that one can do when you arrive in downtown Santa Monica. And the promenade is one of those pieces. And so goal 2 tries to capture that idea. Goal 3 is in an effort it says that the promenade is an economic engine of Santa Monica. And this really gets at the idea that at the core, kind of underlying a lot of what we need to do with the promenade and our improvements, is to say part of what we're trying to do is bolster its foundations as a place of business, of retail. We don't want to end up in a place where people aren't coming there to shop and to spend money. That's one of the kind of primary things that the promenade is about, is a place to spend money. So we need to reinforce that. And getting the right mix of people for all times of day is inserted into there based on the observation of the pedestrian counts of the promenade, which spike at 3 p.m. no matter what time, no matter which day you're at. They spike at 3 p.m. and they drop down. So there's a lot of nighttime activity that we're not capturing in the promenade. People are not coming to the promenade for the evening the way they come for midday. So if we can create more reasons for people to come in the evening, we have more retail activity throughout the entire day. Goal 4 acknowledges that we're a world-class destination and we intend to stay that way. I think the most uncharitable way to put this is, a few years ago, and maybe even still today, tourists from around the world come to Hollywood and Hollywood Boulevard and go, that's what I came here for, and scratch their heads and are very disappointed. And we certainly don't want to find ourselves in that situation. So goal 4 is also a suggestion, or an implication of goal 4 is the need to continue to invest in the physical infrastructure and not let it get to a state where it looks like Hollywood Boulevard. Goal 5 is based on observation that we made during the public life survey that turns out roughly 50% of the people who are on the promenade have arrived there by some means other than driving themselves in a car by themselves. So we are this hub of active mobility, and while we're certainly not going to propose that we allow scooters to zip up and down the promenade, how people transition off of scooters and bikes and the train and all that, those kinds of activities onto the promenade is an important thing for us to consider. Goal 6 acknowledges that the promenade is part of this larger urban network. This is a little bit reinforcing the idea that we're adjacent to the beach, but is really more specific about the physical infrastructure of the pedestrian passageways, the plazas, those pedestrian connections between parking structures to the promenade, to the Esplanade, to Ocean Avenue and the Palisades. This really gets at that kind of physical connection, which is a little bit different than the larger sort of beach adjacent sort of aesthetic, if you will. And then finally, goal 7, this will be new to the 2 commissioners who've seen this before. This was added in with other stakeholders about the promenade being a welcoming environment to all people that is managed to maximize public safety. So there's a couple of ways to interpret what this means. One is about, and just to put it bluntly, is about this is a rubric for addressing homeless issues and how homeless behavior, antisocial behavior on the promenade can actually be a challenge for some property owners and businesses. But there are a couple of other aspects of this as well. One is that the police department manage isn't the right word, but they sort of observe chatter about the promenade as they do with the pier. It's one of those destinations that's watched pretty constantly. And then this also gets to an issue that you can see every day, which is the queuing of pedestrians as they're waiting for the lights to change to cross the boulevards. In some cases, they're standing in front of the bollards that are supposed to protect them from cars. So there's a couple of issues there that we need to sort of pay attention to. So we thought having a separate goal that deals with it being a safe environment was actually a worthy statement. What we're working on is to try and attach metrics to all these goals. So we're trying to develop about 5 to 6 different metrics that we can measure our success in achieving these goals, so that we can sort of map this over time and see how we're performing once we do implement something, but also use it as a measuring stick to evaluate different alternatives as being good or bad. And so some of the metrics will be drawn from the public life study that we've already done, but some of them will also interweave other metrics that the city already tracks, whether that's the well-being index, the data that comes out of the Homeless Act teams, but also sales tax data and other kind of metrics like that. So we're not at the point yet where we've kind of vetted how all those metrics would work that we could share them with you, but that's the intent relative to the goals. So we've presented this to the Downtown Santa Monica Board, a roundtable of property owners, and of course the first kind of wordsmithing of it was the task force. So tonight, we're looking for the Planning Commission's kind of concurrence and comments on this. I will note that it's not on the slides, but each one of these goals is attached to one of the principles of the Downtown Community Plan. So there's kind of connection to how those two documents, this effort and the DCP, would interrelate. As I said, we're also working on Lane 2, which is about addressing how the city's regulations and processes are potentially getting in the way of the kinds of regulation or the kind of businesses we'd like to attract. And so the official action tonight is for you to adopt a resolution of intent to initiate some zoning text changes that we think will help accomplish that. So working with our partners at DTSM, we put together a matrix, which is obviously too fuzzy here for you to read all the details of. But this is a matrix of all the issues that property owners, retailers have said are concerning of them. And working with DTSM, we tried to map out which ones we thought were DTSM needed to be the lead versus the city versus short-term versus long-term, and which ones were process versus regulatory. And then all the items on the far right, the notes, this is thanks to the work of my colleague Tony Kim, who sort of identified all these issues that could connect to a zoning code issue, topic or section. And so you can see there's quite a few issues here that are not code related but are more process oriented. I believe this may have been sent to you, but we can provide it if you don't have it. Yeah. We could provide this to the commission if you like. It's this is really a working document, so it tends to evolve. But I want to sort of just sort of reference a couple of items that are on this list that are therefore that are not going to be part of the text amendments that we'd like to entertain. So one that's related to process. There's a lot of interest on the promenade of doing pop-up temporary retailers. So whether that's an internet-based retailer that wants to have a physical presence on the street for a few months, and they're a temporary pop-up retailer, they still have to go through the same process as if they're going to be a permanent retailer signing a 20-year lease. And we really don't have a temporary retailer application that then plugs in and filters to all the other applications that they might need. And so what appears to be happening is sometimes they find out that they got to go through this long process like anybody else, and it's going to take them 2 or 3 months, and they say, well, I don't even want to be in business or open longer than 2 or 3 months, so they don't bother. So if we can fix that, we can be more encouraging of these kind of pop-up retailers. Another issue that is delaying retailers or restaurants from opening is their interface with SoCal Edison and the gas company, or the utility companies. The gas company and electric, those are obviously not city-owned utilities, but trying to get a constant point of contact with those utilities would be very productive, so that we have one person that applicants can talk to the city and we can channel through to a counterpart at one of those utilities to try and resolve issues that retailers might have. So those are obviously outside the zoning code, but there are topics that have been identified as sort of hiccups in the process. Some that are in the zoning code, and kind of enumerate those here in the specific code sections that are particularly relevant. I'll start with the bottom one, with the regulation of brewery, coffee, and roasting operations, because that's actually what's addressed in the land use regulation section as well. We have heard that Starbucks wanted to open one of their new roasting stores where they actually roast stuff on site, that they came to the city and were told, you are a manufacturing business, you can't be on the promenade, and they walked away. This has now moved into the arena of legend and is probably, could possibly even be apocryphal. The planning director and I have not been able to find out who actually told them this or whoever said this. Because certainly if they had sort of shown up and talked like to more than 2 people, we probably said, that's a great idea. Let's figure out how we can make that happen. Let's have a deeper conversation. But right now, as it stands, the code would sort of send those kinds of businesses away. Same with microbreweries that thus far, many of our stakeholders have said we'd like to see on the promenade. We are also having pretty consistent issues with retailers relative to the loading dock and waste requirements on the alley frontage. Particularly when they have like a 50-foot wide storefront, and all the stuff they're supposed to put in the alley takes up the entire alley storefront, and then they can't have like a back entrance, so they can't subdivide the space to say 1/3 is actually an alley address, 2/3 faces the promenade. So we want to look into that. Alcohol permitting regulations for restaurant with live entertainment is about the sort of hours of operations. And I think, some of these are likely going to be familiar to you as you've approved or reviewed certain projects where you've granted variances or exceptions for different projects to operate at longer hours. So one of the guides we'll take in looking at this is to go through history of previous variances in these regards and say, if we're consistently granting variances on alley frontage or in hours of operation, maybe that's a cue we should just modify the code. So these are the specific code sections that we'd like to open up during this process. And I will say, we are looking strictly at properties that front 3rd Street Promenade or in the BC Promenade District of the DCP. As really, we're sort of thinking it as a very focused effort related to Promenade 3.0. And if these ideas are successful and there's a desire to expand them elsewhere in the downtown, we can entertain that. But right now, it's just for those properties that front the promenade. So if you move forward or give us the okay to adopt a resolution on these text amendments, we would like to converge these with the rest of the promenade process. And as you can see here, we think that we're probably in mid-fall be in a place where we could talk about some physical design options. And we could then sort of bring back what we think those code changes, text amendments might be, so we can sort of marry the physical design that we're entertaining with the text amendments, make sure they're syncing up and working together properly. With the goal of sort of finalizing the Promenade 3.0 proposal by the end of the calendar year. Looking at our current schedule, if we could get in front of you and DTSM Board and City Council before the calendar year is over, that'd be fantastic, but it's probably more likely to occur at the beginning of 2020. What I do want to highlight here is that starting in late July, we're going to be initiating a number of pilot pop-up activations on the promenade. We're going to expand what has occurred on the 1200 block with the colorful Adirondack chairs and the Jenga and those kinds of activities. We're expanding that to go to all 3 blocks and doing more stuff like that. It won't just be all Adirondack chairs. We're looking at buying picnic tables and maintaining a stage, some grandstand seating. We're in the process of kind of putting that package together, so we're hoping that rolls out in July. And that's intended to test various ideas that have come up or been suggested for the promenade, so we can evaluate and see how they work. And so that if they work great, or if they're really good, there's positive response, and they reinforce the kinds of activities, then maybe they'll find their way into the sort of proposed physical design as it develops over the fall. We are chasing down, or trying to develop a partnership with one of the local universities to do a second full-scale public life, public space study that we did in December, trying to recruit a class at one of our local planning schools to help us out and do that in late summer, early fall at the beginning of the semester. So far, I don't have any commitments, so if you know anybody you want to recruit or send my way, I'd be happy to talk to them. But I think that'd be very useful to have a second data line. We did one in the height of this holiday shopping season. It'd be good to have one at the kind of height of summer as well, and sort of be able to compare those two. So that's our overall schedule. And like I said, the official action tonight is a request for you to adopt the resolution of intent on the zoning text changes. And I'll leave this image up to conclude, since it's been pretty inspiring over the past month as to what the promenade looks like as decorated for Pride Festival. So thank you, and happy to entertain questions.
Okay. Sean.
First of all, Alan, I just want to thank you for this. It's been a pleasure to work with you and your team, and I really this feels like this is moving forward in a way that is both collaborative and purposeful. And there are times when sometimes collaboration ends up outweighing purpose, or purpose outweighs in collaboration, and this has felt like those two concepts have been married well. Pride, you mentioned, I thought that was just an extraordinary event on Saturday afternoon in particular, and it's been going on every night at the promenade. But when I was there for the events Saturday afternoon and evening, I was walking and looking at the street furniture because as member of the task force, we'd been we were thinking about that, and I noticed that the chairs were occupied from on every single block. The wooden sort of deck chairs, benches were less used. More the chairs, but it's clear that with this kind of approach, there are opportunities to amplify both the inclusion and the effectiveness and the sort of street life that the promenade represents. So I would so thank you. I mean, I think it really demonstrated the potential, the ROI. Whether it's a brewery or a coffee roaster, it sounds great. I would encourage you not just to go to the planning departments, but also look at the anthropology departments, because there is a anthropology and sociology of public space. So, I mean, there may be more takers than just in the planning world. But I just want to offer my thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Loomis? We do. Coming up next. Okay, this is the public comment part. If you want to speak on any issue, you have to turn in a little chit. If you give it to the secretary over there. We have one speaker on this item, Jerry Rubin.
Just one speaker. Well, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, City staff. Thanks again to Amy and Jason for their work. Thanks for all the effort into this report. I thought the Pride event all month is great, particularly Saturday. We've had big events like that in the past. We need to start doing them again. Whatever happened to the Earth Day thing? I mean, the 50th anniversary is coming up next year. We should be planning for that now and all kinds of things. That's what brings people out. More entertainment and things at night, obviously. Great stuff. I still have to say, I don't think there's anybody that says I'm not coming down here because I don't like the sidewalk I'm walking on. You need that separation. You need the natural curb for people to sit on. People from the Disabilities Commission said no one's ever been hindered by that curb ever. I've spoken with them. Naturally, if there's pipes under that need to be fixed, but you don't have to tear up a whole sidewalk and inconvenience all the shops there for a long time. And it would be a terrible economic waste of money and hurting people. I know you talked about Santa Monica Place. They're private, but you know, everyone's having problems, whether it's a public area or a private area. And everyone's doing the best they can, and they're doing a pretty good job. So I think it's great that we have that public venue. We have street performers. We have great ambassadors. Keep the place clean. Take care of things in a good way, the police force, everyone. And all I could say is that I hope we remember that we're innovators, not imitators. We don't have to worry about what the Grove's doing or anybody else. Just keep doing the creative stuff we're doing, plan more events, fix up some of the details here, and we'll get through it. With the Miramar Hotel, the Giria Hotel, the Arizona Plaza project coming, that's going to help enhance the promenade in big ways a number of years down the road, but it's going to be better than ever. Better than ever. We just don't have to think about solutions that might not get to the root core of what's happening, and that's a different thing. Tearing up the sidewalk and doing those major changes or changing the dinosaurs or things like that. That's iconic stuff. More art, more activities, the chalk thing that took place, more ongoing to do it during the year, not just once a year, but every week. Thank you.
Mr. Rubin, did you just celebrate your 40th anniversary of activism?
I did, and thanks to Carlo's Bakery for donating a rainbow pride cake. So we were celebrating that too, with a beautiful heart and peace symbol on it.
And how many of those years have been on the 3rd Street Promenade?
I've been here since 1997, but I've been doing it in other areas since 1979.
Well, congratulations.
Well, thank you. It's an honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That closes the public hearing. Let's open up for discussion.
I want to reinforce what Commissioner Landers said in terms of the design team and the progress you've made, and I think you're going in the right direction. And I know that over the course of this, the name Rick Caruso has come up a number of times, and I don't think there's anyone in this room, certainly not sitting up here, who wants to replicate the Grove. I am not a fan. I am not a fan of Rick Caruso's work. I think they are invented main streets, and they're not authentic, and I avoid them. I think the Promenade's a very authentic place, and I know that the designs that we're talking about for the future will respect that, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
I have a question for staff.
Please.
So I'm looking at the matrix, and number 8, the design standards, improve the street and alley facade design standards. I just want to get confirmation. The idea of improving is to achieve that authenticity that we're seeking, or what's behind the improvement idea?
Yes, actually DTSM is initiating a project they're calling Art in the Alleys. So they've been reaching out to different property owners to install art, sort of mini murals on the back doors along the alleys. And so that's a project they've started. I think their building is going to be the pilot of that effort. That mural is probably going up very soon. So that's the kind of activities on the alleys, is to maintain a kind of authentic feel of the alleys.
And how does that tie into design standards?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily tie into design standards as regulated by the zoning code, I think, but it's about the sort of design character of the alley. We've also had a lot of discussions about lighting on the alleys, and kind of what's the proper way of lighting alleys.
So maybe I'm a little
So,
confused on what we're saying with the design standards. What work is going to be done on design standards, and does that relate to public project design standards? Does that relate to
no,
private property?
this is really related to private property, since the majority of the properties fronting, well, all the properties fronting the promenade are privately held, and with
So would this be
So,
modifying? Would this be modifying or affecting the work that ARB does?
Potentially. There has been some discussion about design standards or guidelines for private property on the promenade. We haven't reached a point where we have a proposition on whether we should open that door. And, I think if somebody did say they really wanted to dive into that, I would actually say, let's look at what standards the ARB has already. And it's very possible they already have the tools they need in order to affect the kinds of changes they'd like to see.
Well, what I can share, if I may at this point, not as a question, but is that the issue came up during the DCP of having design guidelines in place or design standards that kept the kind of facades that we were seeing, very heavily branded facades along the promenade, to keep that from happening in the future. And through the process, there was an item put in there into the DCP, and at this point it was the draft DCP, and it was intended to respond to that concern. Now, since it's been in place, the way that it has been implemented in the time or two that I have seen it, it is not being, that idea isn't being embraced, where we need to put authenticity ahead of branding or other design considerations. So as you're moving forward, please do review as you're saying you will, do review the guidelines within the design guidelines within the DCP, and I would encourage some clarity to be added to whatever language you find, because at least the way that it's playing out, I'm not sure that the intent is making it through to the implementation.
And I would just say that that's exactly the kind of thing we want to look at, because there's a few of the facades on the promenade. I think Chili Beans is probably the poster child, where they've just placed a plastic facade on the front of what was a real building, and we've seen that in a few different cases on the promenade. So that's something that ARB staff is working on now to make sure it gets addressed as projects come in. But I think we'd want to strengthen those standards and guidelines as we move forward.
Okay, Sean.
So I didn't raise this because I didn't see it in the ROI, and so I was staying on the ROI. But since Commissioner Perry has rightfully brought this up, and since you have an image that is of concern to me, and since Commissioner Fresco is not here, I'll just add, and because the Silver Lake Ramen redo is a case in point, if you look at the original building, there were some original features. Forgive me for not knowing their official architectural names, but on the above the windows and between the windows, that appear to be original to the building at the time it was constructed, that are now gone in this recreation of an authentic storefront. And so if I could add the request that as the design standards and the street, particularly the street facade design standards, are being developed, that if we're moving in the direction of authenticity, that when this type of a design is under consideration, that we're actually taking advantage of the original features of the original structures rather than creating something that suggests authenticity but actually isn't. So, I mean, just it's a I look at it every time I go by and I think, just why not uncover the original building?
Okay, any other comments? Okay, this is voting on, if we are ready to vote, on resolution of intent to take this up at a future date with more hardline recommendations. This is more conceptual, what we've had this evening.
Hard line or red line?
Red line, hard line, same thing.
So moved.
So,
Second.
we have a motion, a second. Any discussion?
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
Chair Fonda Bernardi?
Yes. Okay, we're moving on to item 9B, which is resolution of intent for the R1 district. And let me just sort of paraphrase the discussion here. This is a very general discussion. We are not reviewing text or red line changes right now. We're just looking at the concept of the residential standards. We've had an intensive neighborhood reach, and also various constituencies have weighed in on it. So a lot of things have bubbled to the surface, and now we will be weighing in as a planning commission along with the public. And I know it's a subject that's very important and very dear to many people. We've had a whole stack of input here, which is great. But again, we're not actually writing text today. We're just discussing, so it's a wide open. So with that, city staff, please.
Actually, I believe this is the ROI first, so I think we need a motion on that just
Right.
to formally begin the process.
I would move adoption of the resolution of intent.
I'll second it, but I have a question. I'd just like to clarify there were a number of letters that came in expressing some concern about sloped properties. And I just want to make sure that the ROI as currently drafted would include the possibility that we could ask for the development of sloped property standards.
Yes, it would.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
Chair Fonda Bernardi?
Yes. Okay, Tony.
Okay, so now we're on to the actual discussion. Good evening, Tony Kim. I'm in city planning. I'm here with Ross Furman. We are going to be tag teaming this presentation. So before we begin, I'd just like to take a quick moment to personally also acknowledge and thank Commissioners Anderson and Perry for all of your time and effort and service, especially with the zoning ordinance update. When I think back on that, I don't know how we got through 33 hearings just on the zoning ordinance. So thank you guys so much again for that. I think it's only appropriate that for your last meeting, we're here talking about the zoning ordinance again. So thank you for that. In terms of how we'll proceed tonight, I think what we envision is that we will give you the staff presentation. We can take public comment, and then we can go back and kind of bit by bit discuss the different development standards. I think that might be a good way to proceed. If you guys feel differently, we can talk about that too.
No,
So
that's fine.
okay, so why are we here? As you may recall, in February of 2018, the City Council adopted an interim zoning ordinance, an IZO, for the R1 zone district in response to concerns that were raised by members of the community, neighborhood groups regarding the incompatible character and scale of new developments that were happening in the R1 districts. Permit history showed that new home construction was significantly outsizing the existing homes that they were replacing, and the neighborhoods had great concern with that. The IZO was passed in February of 2018. The council extended that IZO until November of 2019, this year, and directed staff to research and draft a comprehensive update of the R1 standards and any associated sections to the R1 standards. So tonight we'll present to you a little background on the R1 zone districts. We'll take a quick look at the existing zoning ordinance versus the standards that are in the IZO. We'll talk about the purpose of this update process, as well as the overall process itself. We will review the public input that we've received so far from the technical working group that was created, as well as the community open houses. We will get hopefully some commission feedback and direction on the development standards, and then we'll discuss the next steps. So not too much to talk about. In terms of the feedback and direction that we're looking for from the commission, we've identified these development standards that are detailed in the staff report. Basically, they are some general standards: parcel coverage, building height, setbacks and stepbacks, and upper story outdoor space. These development standards being kind of the main development standards that impact building size and massing. We also talked about parking, the retention of existing homes, projections and height exceptions, basements and light wells, design review, hillside development, and other standards. This is a screenshot of a kind of cheat sheet that we've provided to the Planning Commission that lists out all the questions that are sprinkled out through the report, so you could have it in one handy page. We've also provided copies for the public if you'd like to follow along as well. So the R1 zone district is comprised of 4 different geographic areas within the city. You have your Sunset Park area, the Expo Pico, north of Wilshire, and north of Montana single-family residential districts. There's over 6,500 parcels within the R1 zone district. The sizes of the parcels vary by these geographic areas. You can see from these charts that, for example, north of Montana, you've got about 80% of the parcels are between 7,000 to 10,000 square feet. Almost 20% of the parcels are over 10,000 square feet. North of Wilshire, the majority of the parcels are between 5,000 to 10,000 square feet in size. Sunset Park, mostly between 5,000 and 7,000. And Expo Pico, the same, mostly between 5,000 and 7,000 square feet. To give you a little context as to the size of the parcels in the different areas of the R1 district. This is a screenshot of just the beginning of the development standards table for the R1 district. This is table 9.07.030, and this is just to show you how the development standards are organized currently in the zoning ordinance. It gives you the various development standards on the left side, provides the general standard for the R1, and then if the standard differs in specific areas of the cities, then those are identified in the table. So this is how the standards are currently organized. The primary development standards that I mentioned that affect the buildable envelope of a site are the setbacks, maximum height and buildable envelope, and the parcel coverage limitations. And when you factor in those development standards, those are the primary development standards that affect typical R1 building massing. So those define the envelope and the maximum size of homes. So this image, Ross will go into more detail about this later, but it just gives you a snapshot of how those standards define the maximum buildable envelope. What the interim zoning ordinance did was change 5 development standards on a temporary basis. What it did was take the maximum building height, which in the zoning ordinance ranges between 28 feet to 35 feet, depending on where you are in the district. It made it a 28-foot height limit citywide in the R1 district. In terms of maximum parcel coverage, it took the overall maximum of 61% and lowered it to 50%. What it also did was limited the second story parcel coverage to 20%, when previously under the existing zoning ordinance, you could, through a sliding scale, have a maximum of up to 30% on the second story. It also adjusted the way we look at upper story step backs. So instead of applying that requirement at 14 feet, in a more logical way, it applied it to the entire second story. In terms of upper story decks and balconies, the IZO made a standard 400 square foot limit in all on R1 districts. Previously, that was only a limit north of Montana. In addition, the IZO excluded accessory dwelling units from parcel coverage calculations when previously it counted. So what this quickly illustrates is a typical R1 building massing through the zoning ordinance versus the IZO. And what you'll see is that under the IZO, the overall size of a home, the potential to build became smaller. But it's important to point out, though, that from the front, what's visible from the street has not changed. So the actual visible massing is still relatively the same. So the purpose of the update, basically throughout this process, we've identified the three main purposes of the update. One is to reevaluate the R1 development standards to address the size of new home construction in relation to the existing neighborhood context and scale, with the focus being on the actual physical development standards as opposed to other issues such as land uses or affordability of R1 units, etc. This is really about the physical development standards. It was also to look at ways to incentivize the retention of existing homes, as well as make the development standards more user-friendly. So the overall process involves four main steps. The first was a technical working group. The next step being the community open houses, followed by where we are now, which is the Planning Commission discussion, and then ultimately the City Council will adopt any final changes. The technical working group was established to tap into professional expertise and insight to help really identify the issues that people are facing with the R1 standards. This technical working group was made up of architects, contractors, design professionals, and neighborhood association representatives. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge everyone that participated in those technical working group sessions. They put a lot of time and effort into discussing these development standards and the issues. So we can't list everyone, but we do sincerely appreciate the time and effort they put into this. So these technical working group sessions occurred between January and April of 2019, and they covered all the topics that I previously identified, the first session being the main standards that affect the buildable envelope of a residence, and then into the more technical details such as projections, height exceptions, the outdoor space, basements, light walls, parking, as well as hillside development on sloped parcels, design review, and incentives for the retention of existing homes. What those technical working group sessions did was help focus the discussion for the next phase, which was the community open houses. These open houses were open to anyone in the R1 districts. Over 6,500 invitations were sent to all R1 property owners. It was advertised in the Santa Monica Daily Press. Email blasts were sent out to various email groups. And the focus was to really get the widest spectrum of participants as possible, homeowners, residents, but also people who use the R1 code, whether it be architects, contractors, anyone impacted by the R1 standards or use the R1 standards. It was really open to anyone and everyone who had an interest in the R1 standards. We received approximately 150 attendees over the 3 open house sessions that we had. These 3 open houses were held in May. We tried to have them at different times of days, a weekend, a weekday, day and evening, to try to get as many people as we could to come and participate. Basically, the format of the open houses, and some of you were there, thank you for coming, involved a short presentation by staff to kind of go over the R1 process, what the purpose was, how these open houses were going to work. But essentially, the main portion of the open house was to really allow the public to interact and provide input. We set up 7 different stations around the Civic Center East Wing. Each station dealt with a specific development standard, and the 7 stations involved, again, the main development standards that impact the massing of homes, which is the primary concern of this whole thing. So we had these 7 stations. Each station was manned by a city planner, and each station provided an opportunity for the members of the public to vote and provide input on specific questions related to those development standards. They were also given opportunities to write in any comments they had related to those standards, so it wasn't just focused on those specific questions. There was also a station for other, which was for anything related to R1 that they wanted to provide. And you'll see in your staff report in the attachments, we have photographs of every single board. We have the transcriptions of every single comment that was left on the boards, so you have everything that was provided to us by the public. In addition, going back to the technical working group, you have transcribed notes from all of those sessions as well. At each station, a planner provided stickers to members of the public. Only the number of stickers that were related to the number of questions on the boards so that they could vote specifically for those questions. But we felt this was a good way to get input from everyone and engage everyone that was there. We received a lot of great feedback on these open houses, so we felt they went very well. So just to run through just really quickly the results of the votes and the input we got from the public. At the parcel coverage station, we asked 3 different questions. One was, what's an appropriate amount of parcel coverage? And we provided a scale showing a range from low to high with 2 examples, again, that illustrated what was allowed by the zoning ordinance and the IZO. And members of the public were allowed to place the dots where they felt they thought the parcel coverage should be. And you can see the way we've laid this out is all 3 open houses results together. So you can kind of get an idea of the entire range. The second question was, how should parcel coverage be split between the first and second floors? So you can see that. And Ross will go into more detail on the results of the numbers. The next question being, should accessory dwelling units be exempt from parcel coverage? In terms of building height, we asked what is an appropriate height limit. On the left, showing the height envelope that's currently allowed by the zoning ordinance, and kind of the massing, the possible massing of buildings in that envelope. Second question was, should a flat roof have a different height limit? And if so, identify what that appropriate flat roof height limit would be. So you can see the votes there. In terms of setbacks and stepbacks, should minimum setbacks be aggregate or symmetrical? That's the question on the left. On the right, how much upper level stepbacks should be required? And that again shows a range in terms of the sliding scale between the first. That's more of a question of how much should the second story be stepped back from the first. We asked what an appropriate limit for upper level outdoor space is. And again, there's a range showing what's currently allowed by the IZO in the middle at 400 square feet, higher or lower. Also an area for no limit on the right if people felt that there shouldn't be a limit. In terms of parking, the question was asked, should enclosed garages be required? So that was a simple yes or no. And on the right was more of a question about where should parking be allowed. The current standards say that parking must be required in the rear half of the lot. So this was an opportunity for the public to identify where they think the parking should be allowed, if it should be elsewhere. We also talked about the retention of existing homes and how we can incentivize the retention of existing homes. So what was provided were 6 potential options. These were options that were identified by the technical working group and provided as input. So we provided those as options. They were voted on. Those are listed in your staff report. And again, those weren't the only options. We did allow for additional comment, which is also provided in the notes. So where are we? We're here tonight at the Planning Commission to further review this public input and get feedback from the Planning Commission. Ross is going to go into a little more detail in terms of the input we heard. In terms of the direction we're hoping for from the Planning Commission, it doesn't have to be specific numbers. Obviously, the commissioners may not agree on a specific number, so we're willing to hear all your input. If it's just direction on a range, maybe between X and X, X and Y, or maybe higher than this or lower than that, that's helpful direction as well. So anything you want to discuss. And so Ross will continue the presentation with a little more detail.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to attempt to do a brief summary of all the development standards that we're going to be talking to tonight. There are a handful, so bear with me. But the one general standard that I want you to keep in mind throughout all of these topics is essentially, should development standards be standardized citywide, or should we maintain, in some cases, neighborhood-specific standards? So as Tony had mentioned, the R1 district is broken up into 4 specific neighborhoods, and in certain neighborhoods, standards can vary. So the overall question of, should we have one standard for the whole city, or in some cases, should we have still neighborhood-specific standards? So that's going to be a all-encompassing question throughout all these development standards. But to give you a brief summary of how the buildable envelope is created, we wanted to walk you through how a typical R1 structure is built and how the implementation of the development standards impact that. So we start with the vacant parcel. You then implement your setbacks, so your front, your sides, and your rear, which makes kind of the buildable pad, if you will. You then establish your building height, which the IZO is 28 feet at the moment. You then, through additional step backs of 21 feet, you develop the buildable envelope. So the entire building, except for some exceptions such as a garage, has to fit within this identified area. You then will add the first story parcel coverage. A garage is currently included in that parcel coverage. You will then add the second story parcel coverage, but that massing is then further controlled by both the parcel coverage limitation and step backs. So you will see it starts getting modulated a little bit. Ultimately, then you will add a roof if it's a pitched, but ultimately it still is fitting within the entire buildable envelope, and then it will result in what a typical dwelling unit is. To kind of give you a compare contrast of the zoning ordinance and the IZO, the buildable envelope has largely stayed the same, but as you can see, the massing is smaller due to the reduction of parcel coverage. But in some cases, the IZO, due to the reduction to 50% parcel coverage, didn't trigger upper story step backs as often, as you can see in these two differences. But again, the front of the home has largely stayed exactly the same. So to start with the development standards of parcel coverage. So parcel coverage is essentially a percentage of the footprint of all the structures on the parcel that you can build. So that doesn't just includes the principal building, but also accessory structures such as a garage, carports, roofed porches. And essentially there are 3 items that trigger parcel coverage. So one is the footprint that I just discussed. The second is if the second story of the building is cantilevered or projected beyond the first, that area is going to not only count towards the second, but also to the first story. And then also the area of a parcel directly below any portion of a balcony that's enclosed on 3 sides will also count. So if the balcony is open on all sides, it wouldn't count, but if you start enclosing it more, it'll start counting. Through the technical working group, we have a summary of the items we heard, but some highlights. There wasn't exactly consensus. There was a handful that believed to go back to the development standards, keep the IZO standards, but some big takeaways were that articulation of the second story is just as impactful to the size of homes as parcel coverage. So those step backs are really important to consider in how the massing is shaped in the building. In regards to ADUs, there was a suggestion of detached ADUs are excluded, but maybe attached ADUs are included because it could make the home technically look bigger. So that was a suggestion. And also that the limitation on the second floor sometimes was restrictive into the programming of a home. So this is a numeric breakdown of all the pictures of the boards that Tony had showed for parcel coverage. So for the first one, what is an appropriate amount of parcel coverage? You can see the breakdown from the 3 open houses, the biggest takeaway was the average and median parcel coverage preference was approximately 55% if you averaged out all the numbers or the dots that we calculated from the boards. The next question was, how should parcel coverage be split between the first and second story? So that's the sliding scale. Of the 99 participants, there was always a preference for, there was always the larger first floor in comparison to the second. And then the third question of, should ADUs be exempt from parcel coverage? There was more in favor of exempting them from parcel coverage, so continuing the IZO standard that wasn't originally in the zoning ordinance. So the three questions we will be asking you later are, again, what is the appropriate amount of parcel coverage? How should parcel coverage be distributed between the first and second story? And should ADUs be excluded or included in parcel coverage? The next is building height. Building height is essentially regulated by three development standards. One is the number of stories. The second is the maximum building height. And then the additional side step backs above 21 feet. So that was the angle that you saw in the buildable envelope slide that I showed to kind of bring massing above 21 feet, starting more in towards the inner, the middle of the parcel. Through the technical working group, a big highlight that we saw was that there was a lot of support for flat and pitch roofs having different heights. So not letting the flat roof go up to the same height as a pitch could go. Through the community, the open houses, the two questions, the first one being, what is an appropriate height limit? Of the 99 participants, the majority favored a maximum building height of 28 feet or potentially higher. And should a flat roof have a different height? Of the 100 participants, there was definitely in favor of flat roofs having a lower a lower height of 28 feet or of lower. The two questions we'll be asking you are similar to the ones we asked to the public. Again, what should the maximum building height be? And should a flat roof have a different maximum height limit? And if so, what? The next topic that is still controlling the buildable envelope are setbacks and stepbacks. So setbacks are essentially, there are 4 front, rear, 2 sides. Currently for a 2-story home, the setbacks are determined on a percentage of the lot width. And we allow for an aggregate. So on a typical 50-foot wide lot, 30% would be a 15-foot aggregate. So you could do 5 and 10, 7.5, 7.5, but both sides at any given point would have to equal that 30%, but no side can be less than 10%. So in that case, 5 feet. Step backs are essentially just additional setbacks. So bringing the second story in further than where the first story is. So through the technical working group, some highlights that I wanted to point out was there was in favor of keeping an aggregate for the the setback requirement, and for step backs that they maybe should be calculated on the actual building itself and not what we call the buildable the maximum buildable elevation, which sometimes would take into account area that there actually isn't building. So kind of triggering them sooner is essentially what we kind of heard as a highlight. Through the community open houses, the two questions are, should the minimum setbacks still be an aggregate? Should they be symmetrical? The vast majority still agreed with aggregate. It provides more design flexibility is what we heard. The second question was how much upper story step back should be required. Of the 106 participants, there was not exactly a consensus, but there does appear to be more agreement that the current standards are problematic on how they're implemented, and there is sometimes a confusing calculation of how much step back there actually needs to be. The three questions that you will be asked are, should side setbacks be again aggregate or symmetrical? How much upper story step back should be required? And should stepbacks maybe be eliminated in favor of larger setbacks? That was sometimes a comment that we did hear. The last, well, not the last one, but the next one that's that the IZO impacted was upper story outdoor space. So upper story outdoor space includes balconies, terraces, roof decks, essentially anything that starts at the second floor and up. Typically, these spaces are not counted towards parcel coverage, but they can start being counted as you start enclosing them on more sides. From the technical working group, we heard that actually upper story step-backs were great ways to incorporate modulation into the building. So to make it look like those step-backs are actually part of the design. And also the suggestion of maybe the amount of outdoor space should be dependent on the size of the lot. So kind of a percentage, if you will, so smaller lots versus bigger lots, that 400 square feet was sometimes out of scale for the lots that are 10,000 or higher. Through the open house, there was only one question of what is the appropriate limit for upper story outdoor space. Of the 89 participants, nearly half indicated that 400 was either too small or that they maybe felt like there should not be a limit. But conversely, 1/4 also felt like 400 was excessive. So we're kind of at a standstill at that one through this input. The 3 questions that will be asked of you tonight is, what is an appropriate limit for upper story outdoor space, or should there be a limit? Should upper story outdoor space have an aggregate limit, or maybe you don't have an aggregate, so that would be each space would be added together, or maybe we just limit individual size of spaces and not the total. And then should certain upper story outdoor spaces have additional setbacks? So north of Montana currently has, if you're in the rear 2/3 and of a certain size, they have to be pushed in even further than what just the setbacks require. Parking was next. So parking in the R1 zone district is the only zone district that requires your parking, which is 2 spaces, to be within an enclosed garage. Both attached and detached count towards parcel coverage, and parking is currently required to be located in the rear half of the parcel or at least 40 feet from a street-facing property line. There are exceptions of when you don't have alleys of how you can locate them in the front. Typically, they still have to be pushed back further than the actual house, so they're not the main feature from the street. From the technical working group, we heard that really there just needs to be either some more flexibility where parking can be located and possibly the elimination of enclosed garages. So not the elimination of parking, but just them being in an enclosed garage, or maybe carports could be an acceptable alternative to garages. At the community open house, we asked 2 questions. Should garages be required? There was more in favor of no, they should not be required, 60% versus the 40%. And where should parking be allowed? There was the majority preferred more flexibility on where the parking could be allowed, but at least behind the front setback line, so at least not in front of the house. The 2 questions will be similar that we asked to the public. Again, should garages be required? And where should parking be allowed? Should the locational restrictions be loosened to allow greater flexibility? So the next topic is the retention of existing homes. Currently, there are not a lot of standards or processes that contribute to the retention of existing homes. The only real built-in development standard is there is a limited expansion of a non-conforming side setback that you can kind of continue of an existing house. Other than that, you would have to apply for either a minor or major modification or potentially a variance. So we don't currently have a whole lot of built-in standards to accommodate the existing homes. From the technical working group, there was definitely favor that incentives need to be provided. One that was very unanimous was when someone was adding an addition to a house, that only demolition should trigger parking standards to be updated. Currently, if you add more than 50% square footage to your home, that will trigger you adding, or at least bringing up your parking to current code. There was a pretty consensus favor that should be eliminated, and really only building new should require current parking. The community input, so the 6 options we kind of laid out that we kind of got from the technical working group was to allow the continuation of non-conforming setbacks in certain situations, I'll also allow the continuation of non-conforming heights, the parking requirement, creating opportunities for additional modifications to development standards, creating an easier review process for those modifications, and potentially allowing additional parcel coverage for a single-story dwelling. The big takeaway was actually there was favor for almost all of these except for continuation of non-conforming heights. That one was by far the least favorable of all those 6. The 2 questions we will be asking you is which incentives should be considered for the retention of existing homes, and are there other incentives that should be considered? The next topic, this is where we get into a little bit more of the details, is projections and height exceptions. So projections are essentially are horizontal extensions of certain features from the main building. So we're talking about roof eaves, balconies, things like that. The same goes with height exceptions. Those are essentially just projections, but just vertical. So a chimney would be one of those projections. From the technical working group, and really for both projections and height exceptions, is really just updating the current tables. They don't reflect current projections that people are asking for, so providing clarity, potentially even providing an R1 specific table, not just a citywide projection table that we currently have. So the 2 questions we will be asking you is, should existing projections and height exceptions be updated? And should there be a specific R1 projection and height exception table in the chapter? The next topic is basements and light wells. Basements are a tricky topic to sometimes define. So there are 2 parts of the definition of a basement. And if you meet those, you will not be, that basement is not considered a story and is currently not counted towards parcel coverage. But the first one is that no portion of that basement can project 3 feet above the grade baseline. So again, only a certain portion of it can project above the grade, essentially. And the second piece is that on each elevation, so the sides, rear, and front, so each of those, no more than 40% of the total elevation can be exposed. So that comes into play when we talk about light wells. So light wells are essentially sunken areas that allow light and air to reach subterranean levels. Sometimes they're just windows. Sometimes they have allowed staircases to exit out into the finished grade. It limits the exposure of how much we can see of each of those elevations. Through the technical working group, we heard we should limit the size of basements, we should standardize light well development standards citywide, and the community actually, although that wasn't a topic that we discussed at the open houses, provided input again about light wells should not be within setbacks, and they should accommodate ingress and egress. So the 2 questions we will be asking you is, should basement size be limited? And should light well development standards be standardized throughout the whole city? So again, that's kind of an overall question we're always asking. The next is design review. So except in very certain circumstances, really specifically only some hillside development, there is no design review for single unit dwellings. The Architecture Review Board does have some authority to review and approve modifications to the R1 zone district, but they don't review design or massing or scale, except for in very specific situations such as hillside development. The technical working group requested that the design standards that ARB does look at or can modify are clarified. And there was a suggestion that ARB should have more purview over modifications. So a lot of modifications currently go to either the zoning administrator or sometimes even the planning commission, such as variances. Maybe some of those could be looked at through the ARB process, was a suggestion. So the 3 questions we'll be asking you are, should ARB be allowed to review and approve more development standard modifications? Should ARB's purview of hillside development expand to north of Montana? It currently reviews all hillsides of a certain degree in other locations of the city. And should ARB's purview expand beyond hillside development? almost done. The hillside development in Santa Monica, the majority of R1 parcels are relatively flat. There are a few locations identified in red that there could be some significant slopes, specifically in the north of San Vicente area of north of Montana, where they kind of drop off into the canyon. North of Wilshire, what we kind of call the college streets, depending on what side, it could be an upward slope or a downward. And in the Sunset Park area identified in red, there are some significant slopes that ARB currently is reviewing most of those. But through the technical working group, there was a strong push that there should be R1 development standards that address hillside development. And that, again, that ARB should include north of Montana in their review that they currently do for the other sections. The community also wanted view protection requirements was a common comment we saw through the open houses. So the questions we'll be asking you, since we don't have currently a lot of hillside development standards, are: should Santa Monica have hillside development standards? And if so, some possible considerations that we looked at through other cities is a maximum parcel coverage limitation that maybe differs from flat parcels, a maximum building height, maximum number of stories, how upper story outdoor space is defined for those hillsides, basement limitations, excavation limitations, view protection, and the reviewing body or entitlement processes that sometimes are triggered in that hillside development. Also, should ARB's review of hillside development be expanded north of Montana? And should ARB have the ability to modify development standards for hillside development? The last topic is other. So through the technical working group and the open houses, there was a handful of topics that were brought up that weren't specific to one development standard or maybe current development standards that we have. So they're listed on the slide on the screen. I will briefly kind of touch upon all of those, but there's a more detailed explanation in the staff report. So implementation timing of the new ordinance really is, after all this is said and done and council hopefully approves a updated R1 chapter, when does this new chapter come into effect? Should it be possibly at the expiration of the IZO? Should it have a reach back? Should it have a grace period? So these are conversations that we can have of how implementation should be rolled out, essentially. Solar access rights was a topic we heard a lot. Essentially, the concern is that new, larger development has the potential to block sun exposure to adjacent properties and will therefore diminish solar potential. However, although staff recognizes as a very important topic, the concern is a city-wide issue, and it's not specific to R1 zones. Single unit dwellings can be built in almost every zone district in the city, so it's not just R1 related. Also, we reached out to the city's Office of Sustainability and the Environment, or OSE, and in consultation with them, blocking of solar access hadn't been identified through their office as a substantial issue yet in Santa Monica. There's only been one reported incident where another house blocked a portion of a neighboring parcel's solar access, so it hadn't been a identified issue to their knowledge. They said this is largely due to policies and development standards already in place, which include the lot sizes of the city's lots, the height limits, and also setback requirements, that those kind of together allow, in most cases, enough separation, or one house isn't tall enough that would block the others. There also is a process already in place for existing street trees blocking solar. So if there is any instances of that, OSE already has a process of how they handle that. There are also state laws that are already enacted that people can enter voluntary solar easements. And there's also something called the Shade Control Act, which essentially, if there's existing solar already in place and someone, let's say, plants a tree and it grows to a height, well, then it blocks existing solar. There is a way to address the new vegetation's effect on the existing solar. So there are some state laws already in place. But that is essentially it. There are some other cities that have gone further than the state in enacting solar access policies, such as solar fences. So there are some examples of people going beyond the state, and some of those are nationwide. But staff recommends that to really address this issue, a new citywide ordinance would have to be adopted that kind of goes beyond the scope of this specific update. The next is electric vehicle readiness. That is essentially just in relation of allowing more flexibility of where electric charging can be located in the R1, so it's kind of related to where parking can be located. Light pollution of neighboring parcels were brought up. There's actually already standards in the zoning ordinance that include the shielding of light fixtures to reduce glare, that exterior lighting can't be above 16 feet in height, and there should be trespass restrictions. So there are already a handful of light protection development standards. The next was the historic resource inventory consideration. Currently, HRI properties in the R1 has no additional review process besides the current demolition limitations. So essentially, if you're on the HRI, demolition can be triggered sooner than if you were not on the HRI, which would then go through a landmark review process. While multi-unit and commercial buildings on the HRI would be required to have some level of design review, as I mentioned, single-unit dwellings do not go before ARB normally. However, like I mentioned, single-unit dwellings are not specific to the R1 zone district. So, in essence, how we treat HRI properties is, again, a citywide issue on how we should be reviewing changes to potential historic resources. And the current preservation tools we have available, such as designating an individual resource or historic district and conservation overlay districts. So those are some potential ones, but again, goes a little bit beyond the scope of this project. The tree preservation was another, retaining our mature trees. As you probably already are aware, on May 14th of this year, City Council has directed staff to start looking at a tree protection ordinance. So that process is already underway for the entire city. There was a handful of comments regarding ADUs. So ADUs in this process has only been really looked at as in their inclusion or excluding from parcel coverage, but there are some current standards, specifically where outdoor, let's say a balcony or a landing to a staircase can be located in relation to a parcel that sometimes is causing a burden on development when they're, let's say, built above an existing garage, for example. So although parcel coverage was the only kind of consideration ADUs, there might be some triggers of restrictions that ADUs are facing currently in our R1 district. And the last one is the reduction of permit fees and requirements for additions and remodels. So this was, again, one of those universal topics we heard from the technical working group and even in the community, the open houses, that a remodel, an addition, was sometimes just as expensive through various permit fees to build sometimes a new house. So, however, this issue is also not specific to R1. It's not necessarily to development standards and goes beyond the purview of this update. It's a multi-departmental review, but nonetheless, we are going to bring this forward to City Council to kind of explain that there are other pieces to this puzzle, essentially, that need to be looked at a potential future date. With that, before I conclude, the next steps of this process, so we are at this first discussion, June 19th. We are tentatively scheduled to go before you guys again on July 17th with a red line version. Sounds like there is some discussion about that date, but that is our intent. So that is where we are going to take all the information we heard from the community open houses, the technical working group, and you guys, and what we hear tonight, and synthesizing that all down into a red line chapter for your consideration to make a recommendation to City Council that is, again, tentatively scheduled for September 24th. With that, I will conclude my presentation. We're here to answer any of your questions, public testimony, and then, as we mentioned at the end, I can go into further, more specific detail about development standards, topic by topic.
Okay, are there any first round questions? Okay. So we have 13 chits to speak. We will hold on staff questions until after public speaks. 13 questions. If we give 3 minutes, that's 39 minutes. If we give 2 minutes, that's 26 minutes. Any feeling one way or the other? 3 minutes? Okay. Okay. So our first speaker, I'm going to call 3 names. If you line up on this side of the aisle here, and you all have 3 minutes to speak, Mike Snyderbaum, Nancy Coleman, followed by Stuart Grusin.
Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Thanks. I hate public speaking, but thought I'd give my 2 cents. I've lived in Santa Monica for 35 years, and went to a trip to Spain a couple weeks ago. And people ask you where you're from, and I said, Santa Monica, California. And they go, whoa, cool. Well, it used to be cool. It's much more difficult to live here now than it used to be. And you guys can help that to some extent. We came to an architectural meeting. I live on 1700 block of Sunset Avenue in the Sunset Park Hill area. And we came to an architectural meeting a couple years ago because a couple houses are being built adjacent to us. And the architectural board had some comments, but none of those comments could be implemented because planning had already been done. So it made no sense to me or my wife as to why the process worked that way. So I kind of just want you to kind of understand that maybe there's the code you have to follow, but there's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. And our feeling is that these houses are using the letter of the law to get around maybe what is normal for the neighborhood. Houses probably have 40-foot retaining walls in the back with maybe, I'm not sure how much setback, 6 feet? That's kind of nutso. They have no yards, and they're definitely not commensurate with the neighborhood. So my just comment to you is, stick to your standards, which is keep the houses in commensuration with the look of the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
I have a question for the speaker. Question for you. I'm just wondering, I know on those streets, the way that the code treats the upsloping properties really plays out differently than the downsloping properties. From your insights, do your concerns apply to one side versus the other?
The upside versus downside? No.
Yeah.
No.
Both. You see issues of the letter of the law yielding outcomes that aren't compatible with the neighborhood. You see that both on up and downsloping sites.
I'm on the upside, so I kind of noticed that more, because and the retaining walls and the lack of and the fact that filling up the lots are more visible on the upside.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Nancy Coleman, followed by Stuart Grusin, followed by Alisanne Grusin.
Hi, I'm Nancy Coleman. I'm here today representing the North of Montana Neighborhood Association. I'd like to look at 2 different issues as they veer against each other. One is the decision by the council to allow ADUs not to be covered in lot coverage. That occurrence occurred after the IZO, when the IZO said 50% lot coverage. Then the council said, oh, we're going to go to 800 square feet in any area where there's 6,000 square feet or more of the lot. Well, that impact on a 6,000 square foot lot of an 800 ADU creates almost a 59 or even a 61% of lot coverage with a house that's the average size in that neighborhood. So I think that the first issue we ask you to do is to separate out the issue. If there are going to be 800 square foot ADUs in R1 neighborhoods, as the state law allows and the city council allows us to do, then let's at least consider it as a portion, if not all of it, in lot coverage. If it is not considered in lot coverage, cumulatively, then let's reduce lot coverage of the main house, which is supposed to be subordinate, which is supposed to be, the ADU is supposed to be subordinate, to something like 40%, 43% of lot coverage. Because otherwise, you've built a house that could be as large as some of the houses around town. That's the first issue. The second issue, and I'm sorry that Alan left, but if a house is larger than, a new house is larger than the current house on that property, maybe we do go to design review. Maybe it's not the ARB, but maybe we create a situation where we have a second level of review of design. If the house is, as is in the case of lots of houses being built in Noma, mostly by developers who have, as my colleague Bob Posick tells me, it's the Hamptons 1, 2, or 3 from Orange County, and I see it. It's going on in Sunset Park as well. Maybe we do have design review for houses that are larger than the lot, as a percentage of larger than the lot coverage. Again, we're looking at different ideas. That's what I'm asking folks to think about tonight. The third issue, okay.
What is the third issue?
The third issue is height. Let's go back to the 28 feet citywide. Let's look at a height limit of 28 feet if it's a flat roof. A flat roof looks as though it has greater massing than a pitched roof. Let's reduce that height even below the 28 feet.
I have a question.
Yes.
I know in the task force meetings, we discussed design review a lot. And as someone who's living in a neighborhood that's becoming more and more like a fake Cape Cod, I can certainly respond to that. Aside and apart from the workload of doing design review, the issue that I think that we talked about was what standards would you use? We don't really have design other than code requirements, we don't have design standards for the various neighborhoods.
Again, it's harder to implement, but it is a question at least to begin to think about. And I don't have an answer for you on that, but if in fact, as happened right before the IZO went into effect, people went in and plots down lots of plans. Those plans for houses which they may not have owned the property for, created, and I heard 3 real estate folks telling me this, that horrible IZO, it really reduced our ability to build these huge places. The reduction is something that I think we need to look at because, again, I'm sorry, but if they're huge balconies overlooking the neighbors, there's no privacy at all. If there are other kinds of things, I go to my other light well thing. Light well shouldn't be allowed to be into the setback either, but they are. So, again, those are.
Okay, thank you.
Sean.
So I want to follow Commissioner Lambert's question about the design review issue, and I'm thinking about how you at NOMA, I'd like to know more about how you at NOMA thought about this. I'm imagining concerns about mansionization at the same time. If there is a property owner, let's say there's a property owner who's acquired an 1,800 square foot single-family residence in Sunset Park. There are still a number of them.
There still are at NOMA too.
I'm on the same. I'm on the same page when it comes to the McMansions. But how would we not create a barrier to somebody who says, "Look, I want to add 900 square feet, so I have a 2,700 square foot home because I have a growing family." I'm using much of the existing house. Wouldn't we want to encourage that? So
Oh,
at what
absolutely.
level,
No.
how would you
Okay,
be
see, I would
open
say-
to a design review at, say, above 50% expansion?
Well, again, yes, and I guess this is the other piece of it. There are two examples that we have in Southern California. We have Santa Barbara, which has an ordinance on this effect, and we have Glendale. And Glendale actually has no problem with it. I mean, they thought that they were going to, and then they didn't. So yes, 50%, over 50% would do it, or some other sort of creative way of looking at it that you would then have that design review.
Okay.
But again, we're talking about the way in which you begin to implement it. If you don't start talking about it, then I don't think you get anywhere with it.
Right.
But Nancy, we've been talking about incentivizing retention of existing houses. So
Absolutely.
we don't want to send them through design review.
No, but again, you're asking a 50%. I mean, if in fact I sit on new homes. I
Yeah,
sit on new
right.
homes,
Okay.
Sean.
Right, that's what I
originally,
thought.
As opposed to
Well,
on.
Okay, we do. I mean, the trick is that we see some remodels that, might as well be
Oh.
new homes, which is why I'm
We
going
see
there.
some homes, yes, and we saw one recently that had one facade. So yes. Thank you.
Okay, Stuart, followed by Alice-Ann, followed by Bob Hosek.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm a 20-year Santa Monica Sunset Park resident, and my wife who's following, actually I should have followed her because she probably has a more comprehensive argument. But the trend I think that most people are seeing here is it's not the residents and the people who have lived in Santa Monica that are trying to build large homes, spec homes, flip them. These are developers. These are not people from the neighborhoods. And I don't think the rules should open up to allow. It's a feeding frenzy in my neighborhood. I'm surrounded by 3 giant spec homes. None of them are owner-builders. The only owner-builder projects in my immediate neighborhood are small, appropriate additions that look like the homes in the neighborhood. I also agree with the woman who was just speaking about at a certain size, there should be some design considerations. Because right now, I have big, giant, modern apartment building size home next to me, taking all my southern light. Then I have a country giant home on the other side of me. And behind, I have a giant cedar chest going up. And all our morning, midday light, till it's directly overhead, is pretty much gone now, privacy gone. So I don't believe it is residents that are trying to grab on to more lot coverage and expand their homes and build 900 square foot ADUs. I think most of the people that live in Santa Monica and have lived here for some time want to keep it like a town, a small town, and not overdeveloped. It's getting overdeveloped in so many areas. I don't even want to go there. But in our neighborhoods, I think there should be the standards, and I thank you for all your information. The trend I saw, I'd like to know which dots are which people and which dots are developers, but you get a pretty good idea by looking at that. As far as I couldn't see it that well from where I was sitting, but I don't need to use any more of my time other than I support all the reasonable restrictions limiting large construction in all the R1 areas that you guys have beyond really, but least-wise for Santa Monica. So that's my time.
Thank you. Okay, Alice-Ann, followed by Bob Hosek, followed by James Hartung.
Good evening. My name is Alice-Ann Grusin. I live at 2315 26th Street, and I also am a 20-year Sunset Park resident. In 2017 and 18, a group of concerned residents came to the city council, you know this, because of the scale of the new construction in Santa Monica. Then as now, developers are buying and tearing down smaller homes, replacing them with oversized trophy homes. These spec homes impact privacy, light, affordability for all Santa Monica residents. And I'm currently surrounded, as my husband mentioned, by 3 pre-IZO spec homes, all over 3,800 square feet, all covering over 60% of their lots. And not one of these houses has an ADU. So the developers are not building these trophy homes, and people aren't paying $4 million, which is what these houses are going for, to put a renter in the backyard. They're not doing that. The interim ordinance, in my opinion, was a first step in what I believe to be a more responsible way forward for houses in Santa Monica. Allowing the larger ADUs that don't count into the lot coverage, allowing greater lot coverage and greater heights is really going to be a step backwards. And I do apologize, I tried to print one for everyone, but to give you an idea, and I'll pass this out, my home is 2,200 square feet. We did an addition. This is a 4,800 square foot pre-IZO home that is next to me, all conforming. So if I can pass it around or just enter it, there's a little notch that they carved to put the HVAC unit in, which stands up, and that's my view out of my kitchen window. So, you know, this is what they look like in real life, as opposed to what it looks like on a piece of paper. Yeah, and that's the impact, really. The impact on our house has been, you know, as my husband said, we're shaded. This picture was taken at 5 p.m. This is when I get my sunlight. So these houses do impact solar. They certainly impact privacy. Their windows look directly into our bedroom. We had to basically restructure our bedroom window in order to have privacy. So, and that's continuing. You know, there's another house being built across the street that is a spec home. They tore down the existing house. A giant house is going up next door or there on that lot. So, all impacted. So if I could, I don't know, pass this out or anything, if you like. And questions?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Bob Posek, followed by James Hartung, followed by Cynthia Carlson.
Good evening. Before I start, maybe the question you should ask the previous speaker, is she happy about what's happened to her home? And I would suspect that the answer to that would probably be no. And if you ask anyone in these areas, are you happy with what's going up next to you, I would say they're no. So I think this is the whole point of this. What's it doing to the neighbors? Anyway, good evening. I'm Bob Posek, and I've lived in Santa Monica for 31 years. I live on the corner of Carlisle and 18th Street with my wife and 2 daughters. And like so many other residents in our city's R1 districts, I'm very concerned about what is happening to the fabric of our neighborhood. Demolition of single-family homes and overdevelopment and speculation is altering the essence of where we live. If you walk the streets not only of north of Montana, but throughout Sunset Park and the northeast section of Santa Monica, you'll see how these excessively large homes have impacted the neighboring homes negatively. The newer homes are not only out of scale with the existing homes, they block the sunlight, restrict the neighbor's privacy, and have none of the characters of the other neighboring homes. And these large side-facing walls that Ann was talking about before overwhelm the neighboring backyards. You know, I think it can be agreed by at least most of us here that the current construction of these homes is in conflict with the mission of the Santa Monica Municipal Code as it relates to single-unit residential districts, and that is to preserve and protect the existing character and state of the city's different residential neighborhoods, and to ensure that the scale and design of new development and alterations to existing structures are consistent with the scale, mass, and character of the existing homes. The interim zoning ordinance, I think, is a good starting point to craft the final ordinance, which will help protect our neighborhoods for the future. And I'd like to give a shout out to the staff who organized and presented the technical working groups and also the community outreach groups. They should really be congratulated for their hard work and efforts to make this process more transparent. So I think they did an absolutely wonderful job, and their presentation tonight was comprehensive, to say the least. It was very well done. So I think we have the chance right now to get it right with this new ordinance, protect our neighborhoods, rather than turn them over to developers whose only interest really is economics and who ignore all of us who have a very real stake in where we live. So what is decided here will affect all of us who live in our neighborhoods for a long time. And thank you very much for your time.
Yes, a question.
Jason first.
No, you first.
Okay. So one of the things that we're hearing, and you've been working on this for so long,
Yes.
I'm thinking about, right, is this distinction between owner builders and spec builders. And I recall from your presentations, you've done a pretty close study of what's happening with the spec builders. Do you have a sense within the realm of what is legal about things that we can do that will not hinder owner builders, but might discourage speculation?
Well, I think the whole point is to downsize, reduce the mass, be it an owner builder or a spec builder. It's not who builds a home as much as who that home affects.
Right.
And I think this is what started this whole process. It's what it's doing to the neighborhood and specifically the neighbors. And I think you really ought to go by that house.
I've been by it.
And
was looking at
picture
Google
does not
Maps
do it
too.
justice, because what you don't see what it did to her backyard.
Right.
She is absolutely surrounded now by these huge homes. And I think that's criminal. I really do. They didn't sign up for this with their 2,200 square foot house.
Right.
And what are you going to do now? It's done. They're out of luck. And I think we have a chance to change this. This is not getting better. It's getting worse.
Right.
And I understand land values are going up, and they sell houses by the square footage. So the bigger you can build a house, the more money they're going to make. They're going to continue. So there's no incentive for them to downsize their houses. Now, what has happened, at least north of Montana, is sort of a safety valve, is if you look at most of the new development, they have basements. So they can dig to China. I don't care, they can go as far as they want. It's what it does to the neighborhood is what's important. It's what's above the dirt, not what's below the dirt. So yes, I think if you're going to sell a house by the amount of square footage that you're going to build it down below so people can't see it. That's fine. If you want a 10,000 square foot house, that's great. But don't put it on the backs of the neighbors.
Would you agree with the design review suggestion for a larger?
We don't have a design review here, and I think it would be hard. And I think what we're trying to do, I think that's really a separate issue. Quite honestly, I think what we're concerned about is the mass. The mass of new development, what it's doing to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
To the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, Jason.
Thank you. So, clearly in the example that we saw from the prior speaker, the mass of as it affected the backyard, as it affected the living space for the neighbor, was a concern, and it sounds like that's a concern of yours as well. The staff report points out that the IZO standards really do make a significant impact on that backyard experience,
yes.
But doesn't do a whole lot to change the appearance from the street. Do you think that if something based on the IZO, the current IZO, were to go forward, that we would need to be looking at changing how the standards relate to the front?
I think the main issue is how it affects neighbors, and I think that's the back. That's the backyard.
All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, Bob, that if we make the second floor 20% and the first floor 30%, that would solve part of the problem in terms of impact on the neighbors, I think. And I want to know if you agree, but also I'm in agreement with Commissioner Perry that it's really, from my standpoint, walking along the street is how the house looks from the street and the mass of that. So do you think that increasing the step back in the front and the step back on the sides would be a way to solve part of this problem?
Well, if you increase the setback in the front, you're going to move
Step
that
back.
Step backs in the front. Well, I think one of the things that somebody brought up earlier tonight is flat roof and how that affects the visual effect of the house. And a lot of the houses in our neighborhood in particular are modern houses, which I do like. I've come around.
I'm actually liking them better than
Yeah,
the
I
other
do too.
stuff.
But
Yeah.
when you look at that, instead of a pitched roof, you see this big box basically.
Right.
And visually, it's more impactful, I think, than a pitched roof. So that's something that someone I think. talked
Well, wouldn't
about.
it, if we lower the height of the flat
If we
roofs, that
lower
would
the
help.
height of a flat roof,
Right,
that would certainly
right.
minimize the impact visually.
And if we increase the front step back, that's sort of a bone
Absolutely.
that I have.
Absolutely. it would.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, James Hartung, followed by Cynthia Carlson, followed by Zena Josephs.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I was going to go into some of the details about massing and step backs and so forth, but I think I'm going to change my direction on that tonight and give you more of a personal experience. My wife and I have lived in Santa Monica for 47 years, and we have been homeowners north of Montana for 43 of those 47. We've raised our son and our daughter there. They've gone on to college, now into the working world. We have been living in our small house the whole time. A few years ago, next door to us, a massive house was built. So my comment tonight is going to be about my experience, our experience regarding that house and what it has done to us. The process, first of all, entailed scraping the lot totally. Not one piece of vegetation was left. The major trees that had been on the lot, gone. The issue in Santa Monica is we're losing our canopy. And private property houses, private property development is exacerbating that problem. A massive pine tree, about 4 doors down and in the alley, across the alley from us, there's a new home being built now. And that tree was on the back of the lot, easily could have accommodated the garage next to it. It was probably a 4 to 5 foot diameter. Just a beautiful tree, healthy as can be. Gone. They came in and they totally leveled that lot. Big basement going in now. It's what we're seeing more and more. I think there's been 60 or 61 construction permits given out in the last year plus. And that's the equivalent of about 3 blocks worth of homes in our north of Montana area there. So think about that. There's 3 blocks worth of development, most of which in the current context is scrape them and just build new homes. Specifically, the home that was built next to us, there's so many areas. They built up the pad, so the level of the backyard deck, whatever you want to call it, it's all hardscape. It effectively looms over us and looks down into our yard. This is from the first level. The second level, all the glass, all the windows are looking into our yard. The woman that bought the house from the developer told us that the reason she chose that house among 3 new ones that were offered to her was that she liked our park-like lot, our backyard. So it's like, we're going to always be looking into your backyard. You can count on it because we love the look of your yard. Anyway, the light issue, disrupting our sleep, the noise issue of the parties and just no trees and so forth to absorb it. It just goes on and on and on, one thing after another. It's an intrusion. It is a huge intrusion. So I beg you, when you take a look at all the numbers and the comments and so forth, please think about the human element here. We've been there so long that our view of...
We're going to have to wrap up this and finish your sentence.
Things have changed so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Cynthia, followed by Zena, followed by Nina Miles.
The comments that I've been hearing, it just, you're encouraging really inefficient use of space. We're in a city, the land is so valuable, and I think we should be encouraging efficient use instead of inefficient use. Yeah, it's nice to have quaint areas with small houses from 70 or more years ago, but this is a city, not some pristine natural habitat. People rightfully want to take advantage of this urban environment. And I don't know what's so bad about big houses anyway. You know, privacy has been raised as an issue. I have a 1,200 square foot house. The house next to me is single story, maybe 1,500 square feet. I have no privacy. My bedroom window goes to their living room window. Every night I hear all their conversations. We would have much more privacy, both my neighbor and I, if I had a second story. So I don't quite understand the whole privacy issue, and besides, that's what blinds are for. When I go down San Vicente, north of Montana, or even just north of Wilshire, I get house envy. I look at the big, beautiful houses, and I think how lucky the people are to be able to live there. If they can have big houses, why can't we? Why can't my neighborhood be fancy too? I agree that I've seen some big houses built that I think are hideous. There are also crappy-looking small houses. Who are we to tell someone what to do with the property that they paid for and that they're paying large taxes on that support Santa Monica? If someone wants to cover most of the lot with their house, that should be their choice. The couple that just spoke before about, I'm sorry that they got blocked in, but if they really want that kind of open space and privacy, they need to move out of the city. This is a city. Parking. Unlike residential lots in Santa Monica, which are private property, the streets are not. There should be fewer restrictions on street parking and instead require each house to maintain on its property enough parking spaces for the number of cars in its household. Homeowners own their lot, but not the street. The street is for the public. I also believe that envy is behind much of the desire to restrict house size. If I can't afford to remodel or build a big home, I don't want others to. It just makes my house look small. Then there is the selfish interest of those that already purchased or built their own large homes before the size-reducing interim zoning ordinance went into effect. Realtors, whose job it is to know what's going on in the neighborhood, have explained that people who already have the large homes want to restrict others from doing the same, because if more big houses can be built, or if no more big houses can be built, their property values skyrocket. But if size restrictions are nonetheless enacted, it is only fair, and this goes to the comment about how to distinguish between the speculators and the homeowners, it is only fair that they be applied only to those homes purchased or changing hands after the ordinance takes effect, so owners know upfront what they are buying into. I purchased my little home 20 years ago, always with dreams of rebuilding to a full-size home where I could live with my eventual family.
Okay.
Finances and family
Can
responsibilities.
you finish your sentence, please?
I will finish, but those other people got so much time, and just because I'm on the other side, I think it's unfair to shorten my time. Finances and family responsibilities kept me from realizing that dream until now. But now it's too late to build the same size house I dreamed of all these years and that I've seen others build. That's unfair. Existing homeowners should be grandfathered so that new restrictions only apply to the developers and buyers who know what the restrictions are before they purchase their homes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Zena Josephs, followed by Nina, followed by Owen. Wait, I'm sorry, followed by Kathy Larson. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Ross and Tony for their very methodical approach to this whole topic. Our Friends of Sunset Park board letter is in the Carter-Rubin packet, if you have that in front of you. In February 2018, based on the results of a questionnaire sent to our members in fall 2017 with 242 responses, the Friends Board supported the interim zoning ordinance to reduce maximum lot coverage for two-story single-family homes from a total of 61% to 50%, maintain maximum height for two-story homes to 28 feet, maintain maximum lot coverage for one-story homes at 50%, and extend the 400 square foot maximum aggregate square footage for second-story outdoor space. Per the council direction, ADUs, which can be as large as 800 square feet, were excluded from the lot coverage calculations. Since adding an 800 square foot ADU to a 50% lot coverage could possibly result in 61% lot coverage all over again, we now also recommend either reducing the maximum lot coverage to 45% or including at least part of the ADU in lot coverage calculations. We're also interested in creating incentives to retain existing homes, such as reducing the permit fees for remodeling and making the process less onerous, lowering the maximum heights for flat roof houses to 23 or 25 feet, preserving existing trees on private property during demolition, protecting solar access for rooftop solar panels, which are now required on new homes. Regarding hillside homes, what's considered a basement versus what's considered first floor really affects allowable height, and that's the problem I saw with the two adjacent homes on Sunset Avenue when I was at the ARB hearing, because they were allowed to claim the first floor was a basement, therefore they only had a 2-story house when it was really a 3-story house. Also, allowing parking we feel that allowing parking in front encourages more interaction with neighbors, because right now you're required to put your garage off the alley if you have one, and so neighbors next door may never see each other. If you look at pages 12 to 20 in the staff report, where it reports on the 3 community meetings with the dots, some of our members who attended the 3rd meeting felt that staff, perhaps they were tired by that time, were not as vigilant in monitoring how many times attendees were voting. So instead of only putting 1 dot for each question, it appeared that some people were putting 3 dots on some questions. So if you compare the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd meetings, the 3rd meeting is quite different and seems to be the opposite of the interim zoning ordinance. It seems to have skewed the result when those are all averaged together. Page 3 of our letter has the questionnaire. Page 4 has the municipal code that's quoted in the staff report about the purposes of single-unit residential districts, including preserving and protecting the existing character, adequate light, privacy, and air, ensuring that scale and design is consistent with the existing residential neighborhood, and promoting the rehabilitation and long-term maintenance of existing structures. Thank you.
Zena?
So we have 3 questions.
I have a proposal. As you probably, at least in my neighborhood in Sunset Park, which is sort of around 17th and south of Ocean Park Boulevard, there have been a number of really well-done retention projects of existing houses, of single-family, single-story, really well done. And I was thinking it might be useful for your organization, I'd be happy to help, is to survey those folks to see what their experience was with the city in doing those remodels.
Okay.
Maybe get some ideas from them about what we could do to improve the process, the code, and basically what their experience was, because there are a good number of them actually in Sunset Park, and I'd be curious to know why.
Okay.
Does that sound we could talk about this at another time, but I just want to know if you'd be interested.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Sean?
Yeah, it's along the same lines. I'm curious as well, because we have the spec houses coming into Sunset Park en masse. We've talked about this, but there are also, I'm sure you have, and I'm hoping that you can speak to members of FOSP and residents of Sunset Park who do want to expand their homes, and so I would, if you're able to, as you've been discussing this, how are you balancing those tensions that are coming up? Even the previous speaker, no, we didn't have questions for her, but I think some of what she was saying reflects the views of some homeowners, including homeowners in Sunset Park.
Well, in the letter that we sent to you, we had comments from our 2018 membership and from our 2019 membership so far, and there was only 1 comment that went along with what the previous speaker said. So, I mean, it's not like you can't enlarge your house. It's just there's a limit. You know, does everyone need a 4,800 square foot house, or is 3,000 square foot enough? I mean, I have to say I have a large house because we enlarged it in 1989 when there were no restrictions like the IZO. We went from 1,700 to 3,000. We have a 5-bedroom house with 4 bathrooms. How much space do people need, really?
Right, but in terms of making it easier for people to go to that kind of size, to remodel, or to, if they feel the need to rebuild, to build from scratch, but up to, looking at the 3,000 to 3,500 square feet as, I mean, it strikes me, and I'd like to hear you speak to it, that that's a qualitatively different kind of a move than tearing down a 1,500 square foot house that's maybe been rented to a family that wants to live in Santa Monica and is getting stuck, and get that house getting replaced by a 5,000 square foot behemoth. Those strike me as two qualitatively different moves.
So I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Then you would support making it easier for people to go to the 30 to 3,000 to 3,500.
That would be within the 50% lot
Okay.
coverage.
Okay.
Because we have lots up to 7,000 square feet.
Right.
So we're not
Okay.
objecting to that.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a question, Zena. One of the discussion points is should each district, and there are 4 of them, have separate R1 codes. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it seems from the presentation that the Expo, Pico, and Sunset Park are fairly similar in lot size. So I know what people tell us, what our members tell us that they want in Sunset Park. I don't think it's our job to dictate to the other neighborhoods, frankly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Nina, followed by Kathy, followed by Owen Gubbins.
Hi, I'm Nina Miles, and I am woefully unprepared. I knew about 2 hours ago that this was happening, and I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter and my son-in-law. I have been in Santa Monica since 1978, so actually longer than anyone else that I've heard come up here. I've been in Sunset Park since 1994. I was able to remodel my home, but I did a one-story, beautiful, perfect size for me, and it's maybe just under 2,000 square feet. My daughter and my son-in-law were raised here. They both went to Santa Monica High School. They want to stay here. They want to raise their family here. They were fortunate enough to buy a family home due to a passing at little bit less than market rate, so let's say over $1.5 million still. They worked their butts off to do it, but it is built in 1944. This house is 1,020 square feet. So my daughter's building double. You can imagine what that gets there. Barely a 3-bedroom home, barely. But the sizes, her master bedroom right now that's under, not construction because we're just in the planning phases. And when they bought the house with the mindset of building a home that they can raise their children in and go to maybe the same school that they went to, that my mother went to, their master bedroom's going to be 14 by 14. The kids' rooms are going to be smaller than that. 50% is not going to cut it. There has to be some delineation. I am not for the big, massive homes, but I'm sorry, they want a backyard. They want their kids to be able to play. The house behind them that is up on the slope already is going to cut. They're already looking into their yard. So unless they build an ADU up a little bit, they'll have no privacy. But they still want their home where they can raise their kids comfortably. They don't want to have to move out. But if they cannot have the right space, they're going to move. They're not going to be able to build. They're just going to turn around and dump that house and go somewhere where they have space. I don't want that. I already have kids that have been not able to live here. My grandchildren, my kids, they live elsewhere because they can't afford to be in Santa Monica. So I'm very fortunate if they're able to build. So there cannot be a blanket 50%. I'm so glad you have your 3,000, 4,000 square foot home. That's really great for you. They won't even have that opportunity to have a home that size. They don't need a home that size. I love my home, but they do need more space, and it is not 50% will not cut it. So there has to be, they are Santa Monica residents. They are not investors. There has to be some difference between them.
You have a question.
I just wanted to ask you, how big is their parcel?
Oh my gosh, it's one of those really skinny ones on Marine. Do you even know what the size of your parcel is? Can you pull it up? It's tiny, tiny, long and skinny.
Okay. No, I'm just,
I
helpful to
really
know
don't
what-
have the, that's why I'm saying I'm sorry, I'm not prepared. I would have had that, but it's probably half of the width of mine. And I mean, it's right on Marine. They're a block off of Lincoln. It's not even the ideal location, but it is the only place that they would have been able to buy. So we'll take what we can get. We'll not remodel. We'll put our kids in there. And then when they started the plan and they'd already purchased it because it was a family home they were able to purchase, the architect said, "Oh, wow, this is about all you're going to be able to do." I'm like, "Oh my God, you're kidding me." So there has to be a difference. You have all said, "Oh, you grandfathered in, you remodeled your homes." Talk about the people that have been here. I've been here since 1978.
That's enough. That's enough. We got the point. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Kathy Larson, followed by Owen Gubbins, followed by Tamara Cagle.
Good evening, Kathy Larson. I live on a Hillside Street. I just synopsizing some things. I did go to one of the community meetings, and I did skim through the staff report. Basically, I focused on the preservation of character of the neighborhoods, and the purpose of the R1 review, standard reviews was to focus on that, and I think you all should allow that to be your primary focus. I support most of the interim standards I think they're very moderate limits, and that they would reflect what the intent of preserving the character. My one exception was the ADU being excluded from the lot coverage. I thank Commissioner Landris for asking the question on the hillside properties. I live on a hillside property, and I'm the one who sent the photos of the thing on Sunset. Although in the copy they left one photo off, they copied one photo twice instead of 3 photos. But you guys got them in the email. And if you take the time to actually look at that property and go down there, because in person it's really a behemoth. And in terms of Commissioner Perry's question about upside slopes, I would concur with you that it seems like especially the excavation issue is definitely more dominant on the upside slopes. Personally, I live on a downside slope, but I see those excavations and as Zena mentioned before, the basement being excluded from a story, so you end up with 3 stories. And I'm not really quite sure about the setback thing, because on that one property in Sunset, it doesn't look like they have any rear setback at all. So we don't have any alleys on those streets at all, so you're looking at fence to fence. The one thing that came up as a question on a previous speaker was preservation of an existing home and what might prevent an owner from doing a modest remodel on their home. And one of the things I could say from personal experience was a parking requirement. My house is small. We did do some remodeling several years ago, but it was all within the footprint. But there was an issue about maybe putting a stairway in, but that would have been outside the footprint and it would have triggered a parking requirement. We have a 1941 home with a single car garage and a parking apron that you cannot even park a car on. So it was prohibitive because it would have triggered a massive remodel. So that was my one comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Owen, followed by Tamara, followed by Beverly.
Hey, good evening, Commission. Owen Gubbins speaking tonight on behalf of myself. I'm a homeowner in Sunset Park. We're a 5-person family, 3 girls from 3 to 8. We're in a 1,500 square foot house with one bathroom. And so we're going to have to do something at some point, at least according to my wife. Yeah, they're all girls. So we you know, the existing home is difficult to remodel. You know, we're between Ocean Park and SMC on 17th. They were all built in probably the space of 6 months or 8 months in 1946. There's basically two models, the rectangular bungalow and the L-shaped. And you know, they're difficult to remodel. Ours has lead-based paint, asbestos, mold. Many of the components, you know, they're just done. The floor is on its last sanding. The chimney is obviously an earthquake hazard. And the makeup of house, and to my next point, the makeup of households has changed. You know, we're not in the 1940s or 1950s anymore, where kids go off and buy their own homes and live a happy life. I think what we're seeing, especially in our pocket, many of the families who have the larger homes actually have grandparents, or they have adult kids who have their own kids who are living with them. And I think my third point as well is that the character of the neighborhoods has changed. I mean, our Sunset Park, I think, was predominantly a single-story neighborhood, and it's not anymore. And so if we're talking, and the two-story houses are not a new phenomenon. I mean, we moved in 10 years ago, and there was already 4 single-story houses, or 4 two-story houses on our block. And many built pursuant to more generous standards that were in place at the time. I think a lot of speakers tonight have referenced the speculation element, which when I went to the open house or that event, I think that was the big issue. A woman stood up and said they're not against families trying to, you know, basically provide for their 3 kids or whatever it is, but they don't like the quick profit and the speculation and the cheapness that goes into some of those homes that are put up, you know, very quickly without much thought or without much consideration for the neighbors. We've lived in the area for 10 years. We're going to obviously be considerate to our neighbors if we do move forward. But on the second floor, I mean, the issue is, you know, as we understand it, is that it's difficult to put 4 bedrooms under these new standards that the IZO contains. So, you know, if we've got 3 kids, we would really like to have a bedroom for each on that second story if we go ahead. And on the backyard, I mean, my in-laws live north of Montana. They have, I'll just leave it there, but I would add as well, just the lots in Sunset Park are small. Garages are added as floor areas. So if you have a 6,000 square foot lot, you can only do a 2,600 square foot house under this new standard. And, you know, as Zena mentioned, she's got a 3,000 square foot house.
Okay. So, question?
Yeah. So I think you sent us an email this afternoon, and I was intrigued with your comment about the safety standards and the health standards. Given the questions that have arisen about what we can do to help existing homeowners or someone who comes in and buys an existing house to live in it, but needs to address those safety issues in a way that doesn't trigger all kinds of massive permitting issues. We've seen a number of letters on that subject. Do you have specific suggestions on the safety side?
I mean,
the health and safety side?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, firstly, we've been told that you can't do a second story unless you do some very elaborate engineering work that's very expensive, that's kind of structurally enforced steel. So, I mean, if there's a way to make that cheaper, that you can add a second story to an existing Sunset Park home.
Okay.
You know, that would be one. If you can somehow reinforce the chimneys such that they're just not, you know, plated on from the 1994 earthquake and kind of address those, because we use our living room, which has a chimney, as a bedroom. Then, I mean, lead-based paint, I've heard that that's a bit of a nightmare to remove. So maybe if there's some incentives to remove lead-based paint from those homes, asbestos the same way, and mold the same way.
Right, but what about if in the context, let's take the chimney, for example, if you were to, and I don't know the layout of your house, obviously, but if you were to...
It's the L-shaped.
It's the L-shaped, and if you were to remove an unsafe chimney in the process of extending out your first floor, I'm just speculating here, I'm wondering whether there's a way to essentially incentivize you by saying, yeah, sure, you can add an extra room on your ground floor, we're recognizing that you're removing the safety hazard of a chimney. That kind of give and take that would leave you with a safer house that's not necessarily a mega mansion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe a waiver of all the city fees and an over-the-counter permit. But I still don't.
Well, a guy can dream, I guess.
You know, I mean, I still don't think I think it would be a very expensive process, right, to try to rebuild a chimney that's.
Can I just interrupt? I have 2 brick chimneys in my house, and they both meet code. They've both been retrofitted.
Okay.
And you don't need steel for a second floor, so I'm not sure who told you that.
So you think you can add
You can add a wood frame second floor to your house unless you're, I mean, I've never heard of that.
to a 1940s structure?
I live in a
Seismic-
1940s house, and there's no steel in it whatsoever, nor would there be if I had a second floor.
Oh, well, architects have just.
Yeah.
Have you ever
In
heard
all
of that,
cases-
Mario?
In all cases, you will need to reinforce the ground floor simply because of the added weight that you're putting above you. It may or may not require steel depending on the design. It doesn't have to require steel beams and posts. It can
Right.
be done with wood depending on the design.
Right, and we haven't seen any second-story remodels apart from the one that was done in the late '80s across the street, because that's what we've heard. We've just seen people go up at the back, and you know, having talked to architects, that's what they tell us. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tamara, followed by Beverly Palmer, followed by Tova Larson.
Hi, my name is Tamara Cagle. I live in north of Montana on 12th Street. I love Santa Monica. I am not a developer. I am a mom. I have my husband is taking care of my 3-year-old and my new baby, who's actually 5 months old now. And I am here to speak in favor of changing the IZO back to allowing 60% parcel coverage. As I said, I work full time. I'm on maternity leave right now. I've actually been in Santa Monica for 15 years. In my 20s, I was renting by Main Street, not R1. Now I got married. I had a baby. I moved to North Montana.
Can you speak into the microphone? 'Cause
Sorry.
It'd be harder for people to see.
I'm now a homeowner. I've been a homeowner in north of Montana for 3.5 years. I love our neighborhood. I love that it's quirky and charming. I also, like you, am concerned about the McMansions. I walk every day. I'm enjoying what it's like for a couple months to not have a job. I'm out with the stroller every day. I see the new homes go up, the Hamptons homes, the boxes, the steel. I live in a home that was built in the 80s. It's a California Spanish style home. The problem with our home is it is 2 bedrooms upstairs. When we were a family of 3, when we moved in, I was pregnant with my first. It was fine. We have another child now, and now we are living all on 1 floor in 2 bedrooms. That means we are sharing a room with the baby, which has been fine for 5 months, but we are at our limit. We have to figure out something else to do. And one thing we looked at was there is a lot of covered porch on our 2nd floor. We wanted to enclose that. We wanted to add 80 square feet. It would not change. You could not see it from the front of the house if you're walking. It would not change any part of the front of the house. We wanted to build over the 1st floor footprint, 80 square feet, to add a 3rd bedroom upstairs so we could all be on 1 floor. If you have children, if you've had a toddler, if you've had a baby, you can understand why. I won't go into the details of what's happening in the middle of our night in our house right now, but you can imagine why that's important, to say the least. So that's what we are looking at. Now, we are over the 50% limit. So we were told there is no way to add that 3rd bedroom. Now, the problem with this IZO right now is you are going to get a perverse effect. We want to keep the character of our home built in the 80s, but if we can't all be on the same floor, we may have to move at some point. I don't know when that point is. And think about what's going to happen to our house, because we are a young family. We love Santa Monica. We've been here a long time. But if we can't continue to be here, who's going to buy our house in Noma? It's not going to be another young family that all wants to squeeze into 2 bedrooms. It's going to be, there are 2 people who moved into these fancy houses, people who can afford to live here 2 months out of the year, or people who will raise it and build up another box. Thank you for your time.
Stay here for a moment. I have a question for staff. Is the 80, would that move at extent, taking a covered balcony and turning it into an enclosed space, be the kind of modification or variance that we are being asked to consider as a potential relief under the change? Or does that exceed the scope of allowed modifications?
So since she's already over the 50% there,
I'm sorry. I mean, can we ask this question during the staff question time? Because I think that's that's the appropriate time to do it.
That's fine.
Because she'll be here if she can hear the feedback.
Okay, if she's staying, then that's okay. I don't know if she has a 5-month-old, so
I cannot stay. But
Okay, well, you can go home and watch it on TV.
Thank you for your time.
Beverly?
Good evening. I'm Beverly Palmer. I've been a Sunset Park resident since 2012, and I have a very specific comment that others have touched on relating to residential remodels and the preservation of existing homes. We bought our home in 2012. The home was remodeled in the late 90s, and it was great for our family back then, and we were very fortunate to be able to buy a remodeled home that was originally built in 56. Now, we would like to add one bedroom, just one bedroom, like 100 to 200 square feet, just a kid's bedroom, to better accommodate our family's needs. Our architect went down to the planning counter, and he was told that we could only do any addition of any square footage whatsoever if our garage was brought into conformance with the standard dimensions, because the prior remodel in the 90s had added the maximum square feet right up to 50%. Our garage is attached to our house, and it's in the front yard. So we can only expand the garage into our living space because we would already intrude into the front yard setback. So our garage is 17 feet wide. I never thought it was small by any stretch of the imagination. It looks pretty standard. We park a car in it, unlike most of our neighbors. But we were advised that 18 feet width is the minimum that can be accepted by the city, and only if we go through a discretionary modification process. Going through that process will cost us thousands of dollars in fees and extra plans and months of delay. And then we will spend thousands of more dollars to move an interior garage wall to make our garage 1 foot wider and make our living space 1 foot smaller. And I don't know who is benefiting from this. It's not us. I don't think it's the city. There's no safety issue. And given the city's focus generally on reducing vehicle use, it really doesn't make any sense to have residents spend their limited funds on garage remodels. Now, our situation is probably particularly challenging because our garage is attached to the house, but why should people with a detached garage also be required to rebuild them so they can enlarge existing homes? And as some speakers have said, some homes are quite small. So 50%, if you have a 1,200 square foot home, you can only add 600 feet onto that before you're triggering this requirement to rebuild your garage. Then you're losing outdoor space, you're spending money, all with just really no benefit at all. So people who buy small homes are going to have way less incentive to conserve the home, and given the extra hoops they have to jump through just to remodel it. So I'd urge you to either remove that requirement, as the technical committee, I was pleased to hear, supports as well, to update garage size for remodels over 50%, or to increase the flexibility on the modification process so that we could come in and say, let us keep our 17-foot garage. And please don't expand the purview of the ARB to that issue, because that would make it even harder. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tova Larson.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tova Larson, and I'm here tonight with my husband, Kurt, on our date night. It's pretty exciting. I've worked in the community for many years now for our school district's education foundation, and have fallen in love with Santa Monica, so much so that we bought a house just over a month ago in Sunset Park. We moved in Mother's Day weekend. The lot we selected is for our family. Our family is a multi-generational family. We are looking for a place for our family of four really, because our oldest is now launching, and for our parents, a place for them to age in place. We're looking for a place for our parents to age in place while our children grow up, surrounded by their friends, and also knowing their grandparents and having a daily relationship with their grandparents. We will be owner builders, and critical to us when we selected our lot was understanding what would be allowed. I studied the IZO, and I have to give my compliments to Ross, who's quite knowledgeable, answered all forms of questions that an unknowing person was sending him on email. What I wanted to register with you tonight is that it was very important to us when we considered selecting our lot that we could have an ADU that was free and clear from the, or excluded, as the language I've heard tonight, excluded from the parcel coverage. That was the comment I wanted to share, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that closes the public testimony. Now it's some additional discussion and questions for staff.
I'll hold my other questions for later, but while the two of the last three speakers are still here and they both had similar questions about the scope of modifications, I just wondered if you could offer some clarifying comments.
So if I remember correctly, one of them was in addition to an existing home and if there was modifications in place to allow that. The only current modifications that we have are, there are minor and major mods that could add parcel coverage. However, there are very specific findings that have to be met, and I'm not sure if they could meet them, but an incentive that is very much could be on the table just because it wasn't listed in one of the six is maybe an incentive for an existing home could be they get a possible additional parcel coverage allowance for a one-time addition or whatever it may be, but that's very much on the table for you guys to consider. Yes, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Jason?
Well, yeah, I'll start with a question to you, Chair. How do we intend to structure our discussion tonight? Are we going to be taking kind of issue by issue, and if so, should we be asking our questions within those individual issues, or should I just?
I would recommend that we go through issue by issue without an in-depth, total knockdown, drag-out discussion unless it's necessary, but more of a straw vote where we just say, how do you feel about this? Just poll it. There will be a score on each one of these items, and then you are being graded. It does count in your final grade. And then the staff will boil it down, and if we are hopelessly divided, that would be something that could be reflected in the text that's coming up, and that's going to happen, I'm sure, on some issues.
Great. So on specific issues, I will hold off on my questions until we get to them. I'll ask some kind of big picture questions, just so I have context. When we were looking at the ADU provisions, some questions came up, such as eliminating the upper story step back, and we said, well, let's put that in the mix with the discussion of R1, so that everything's kind of the total build out is considered, looking at both the main dwelling unit and the ADU. What's been presented to us, and it's very in-depth and informative, is kind of more of what do people think about the main unit itself. It seems a little bit, and I'll say detached from the ADU issue and how the ADU impacts the neighborhood. If you could speak to that.
Sure. I wasn't in the discussion of when the ADU section was revised, but one thing to note is ADUs are not only allowed in R1. So it is a section of the code that is imposed citywide that could be in the R2 or R3 or R4 or in the OP districts. So the topic of ADUs in relation to R1, which came up in the IZO, was the exemption from parcel coverage specific to R1. The current standards for ADUs don't have really any modulation standards. There are, and it really is depending on how they're built. So if they're above existing garages, they get to kind of stay where the garage is. If it's new, there at least has to be roughly a 5-foot setback from the rear and side. Sometimes the second floor has to be pushed in a little bit more, but there aren't specific ADU requirements for upper story step backs. Tony can maybe add input on how that kind of came to be when we reviewed that section.
In the course of the update process so far and all the public input we've gotten in the technical working group, upper step back requirements for ADUs really hasn't been brought up. It hasn't been an issue. And so that's why you haven't seen anything addressing that. There hasn't really been a lot of input, or it doesn't seem like people are having many issues with that. So that's why that's not part of the discussion right now.
If the, following up on that, if the ADU was part of the main building, would it be subjected to the same step back requirements of the main building? It's only when it's detached that it becomes free of those constraints. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and my next kind of big picture question, the charge, as I understand it, is to look at R1 and assess changes that would make new construction more compatible with the existing surroundings. How do we tie what we are looking at here to the existing conditions? And I know this will connect to the big question you raised earlier of should there be variation from neighborhood to neighborhood, or should there be uniform standards across the neighborhoods in the R1 districts? But how we're getting people's thoughts on their opinions of what changes should be done. But if we're to also look at it as what standards would ensure compatibility or greater compatibility, how would we proceed? How would we tie it into what the existing neighborhood is?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's a difficult question because, you know, different people have different opinions as to what's compatible and what's not. I think the charge here is, to us, a bigger picture look at compatibility. So are there standards we can craft that address the majority of development and the majority of the R1 districts? You know, I don't think, you know, we're going to come up with standards that are going to, you know, address every concern for every project. What we can do is try to come up with standards that address the most and make the most impact as possible. And I think instead of looking at it in terms of individual examples, individual compatibility, or individual neighborhoods, you know, holistically, can the standards for the most part address compatibility, which is, you know, subjective or objective.
Yeah,
subjective.
I mean, I'm wondering if the commission on down the line would benefit from seeing some, like, how proposed standards compare to a typical house in Santa Monica, an existing 1960s build, 1940s build, in terms of assessing how. I mean, I know I'm recognizing the subjectivity within that, but where the commission itself could see a visual representation. And I'll just raise that as a question for the commissioners that will be continuing on here, can address or not address going forward. But my final big picture question is, your presentation, you pointed out that the charge before us is to talk about the development standards, the physical build-out capacity, and not I think the phrase was the affordability of R1 units. I see a connection between the two, and I guess I would like some clarification on what the parameters of this discussion is, when what the parameters are when clearly we're functioning in a different market if we have 5,000 square foot homes compared to 2,500 square foot homes in our R1 districts.
Yeah, and I think to provide a little more clarity on that phrasing or wording, it was more addressing issues that we heard from the public about actually the affordability of ADUs. It wasn't that clear in the text. We tried to pare those down.
Some kind of deed restriction aspect in R1.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Amy.
I guess I just want to take advantage of Commissioner Perry talking about some big picture issues to also lift up this relationship of R1 standards to the ADU. Because I think while, Ross, technically you are correct, right, that an ADU is allowed in other districts, where it's really relevant is in a district where only one unit is currently allowed, and ADUs allow for 2 units. And I guess I would just remind the commission what they already know, which is that we're in a housing crisis in California, and that ADUs are really an incredible way to expand the housing stock and at the same time try and maintain the character of a neighborhood to the extent we get there with these standards. So I guess in addition to parcel coverage, I guess I would urge the commission to regularly have the ADU opportunity in mind as it's looking at these standards, and even consider structuring the standards in such a way for ADUs to be incentivized, right? I think it's important that the ADUs not be an afterthought in these standards, and that really these standards be structured in a way to encourage more ADU development.
Okay, I have 2 big questions. Big picture questions. And I think as we walk through these, you're going to find ways to incentivize ADUs. Okay, so I think getting to this list, the sooner the better. I would like to ask the city attorney, I think Sean shares this desire, to look at AB 68 between now and the time the red line version gets to us, because AB 68 is a bill in Sacramento that is very likely to pass. It's already in the Senate from the original House, that addresses ADUs. And what it says basically is that the city shall not restrict ADU construction up to 800 square feet should be allowed without lot coverage calculation. So if that passes, and we expect it to, that obviously impacts what we're doing here. It also it says something about allowing ADUs up to 16 feet. What was in height?
4-foot rear setback.
Right. So I just. Again, I encourage AB 68 to be brought into the calculus of what we're doing here with ADUs, so that we don't end up with an ordinance that doesn't comply with state law, which has all kinds of ramifications.
I'm just going to add my observations on the big picture and echo my colleagues. I think it's worth noting that this meeting and these hours being spent on R1 are happening at the same time, although it's by now concluded, as the quarterly homelessness steering committee meeting. It's unfortunate the 2 meetings were scheduled apart, but I am participating in this conversation with a heightened awareness that there is about 500 feet from us, there was a conversation about basic, fundamental, existential access to human shelter. And so part of what motivates this conversation, and I 100% agree with Commissioner Anderson that we have to find ways to incentivize ADU construction, also goes to something we also should notice, which has nothing to do with how long somebody has lived in Santa Monica or, you know, what their home size is, but to what Commissioner Perry was saying earlier as to the question of affordability, the availability of what I would call starter homes, middle income homes, which is a myth at this point, and some effort on behalf, and I want to give a shout out to Bob Posek again, because I think part of his conversation that was initiated that led to the IZO was a recognition that we were hollowing out a kind of middle housing category in our ones. We weren't doing it. The spec builders were doing it. And I could see my neighbors, people who were renting single family homes, being forced to move, being put under pressure because the appeal of the speculative purchase was such that that was actually putting pressure on the rental costs for smaller single family homes especially in places like Sunset Park. So that's informing my thinking here. I want to, I hope that we can provide maximal freedom within certain constraints to protect neighbors, privacy, solar access, things like that. But we do need to be thinking about the housing mix. I think the broader compatibility question, Commissioner Perry, is the range of housing options in Santa Monica and whether or not these development standards will facilitate a continued diversity of housing options in R1 across multiple family sizes and incomes. So again, I just sort of offer that, and I hope that we will be able to pursue this conversation, whether tonight or on other nights, with that in mind.
Okay. Any other big question items? I have one, Ross, or maybe Tony. It seemed that the original ADU state law was 1,200 square feet. Okay. How did we get down to 800 square feet? Was that a unilateral decision, or does that reflect some particular size that was decided to be useful or some other constraint that was?
Mr. Kim may be able to give more specifics, but in general, the City Council conducted a discussion on the size that they desired for the ADUs when they amended that provision of the code, and that was the size that they felt was appropriate.
Right. And now it's being somehow institutionalized in some ways with AB 68. Is that? Okay. So.
The garage conversions. So the idea originally was that people who would convert their garages to ADUs would be able to do that ministerially, and many garages are up to 1,200 square feet statewide, I believe.
Must be.
Those are large garages, but
large garages.
Those are very large garages. But that's what's happened. I mean, what's happening in the city of LA is that you get these large conversions. The 800 square feet seems to be the emerging legislative history around what cities at a minimum ought to be permitting on any given parcel.
What AB 68 does is say anything over 800 square feet of ADU square footage can count toward lot coverage. But you have to allow the 800 square feet without lot coverage, but you can still go up to 1,200, but that additional 400 counts toward lot coverage.
Okay. So are we ready to do our report card?
I just wanted to add, with respect to the discussion about the draft legislation that's going through, staff is monitoring those. We are following them. Bear in mind that these are draft, and they often change up until the final moments. But just for the members of the public who are listening to that, these are not affirmative decisions yet. We will conduct our analysis as decisions are made at the state level.
Okay. Thank you for that caveat. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Standardized for all 4 districts or unique? No, we're just going to do it one at a time. So we're just going to.
Okay, I have some thoughts about this. One is I feel very strongly that there should be hillside distinctions So across the board, citywide, it should be a different set of standards. I'm not altogether sure what they are, but they should be different for hillsides. The other issue is, I noticed somewhere in the staff report, now I can't find it, that in the Pico Expo or Expo Pico area, there's a 60% lot coverage for lots that are 3,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet. And I don't know why that could not be citywide.
Yeah, that is correct. The Expo Pico typically due to the parcel coverage changes based on the size of the lot. That's current.
We heard from people tonight that there were particularly small lots on Marine and Sunset Park, for example, and maybe applying the same percentage that is the case in Pico Expo to these very small lots in Sunset Park makes sense. I don't know why it wouldn't, since one part of the city gets that and another doesn't.
Leslie,
Yeah.
that could be the same for the whole four
It could
districts.
be anything between 3,000 and 5. You're absolutely right.
You could step
Right.
it up
Right.
based on your lot size.
So, those are my two thoughts.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions?
I would simply suggest that I agree with Commissioner Lambert about the hillside specific rules, and I will say I don't have a lot to say about those hillside specific rules, and I think the feedback that I would offer, as long as we're there, is take it, run with it, bring it back to us. It's more detail that we need to kind of do here. But there was a letter that raised the question of kind of equity. And so I think if you're making, and this is the question that I might have asked earlier, which is, what is and I didn't see it in the staff report, what would be the purpose of neighborhood specific rules? I think it would be very important to, if you're going to, we should assume that the default is a citywide standard, but if you come back to us saying there should be a neighborhood specific purpose, not a lot size specific rule, because I'm with Commissioner Lambert on that piece, to really give us the reason for it so that the public understands that there is some external context and it's not just one neighborhood gets one thing and another gets another.
I like what he says.
But
yeah, Commissioner Landris, because I think there are there are reasons for doing things differently, but those reasons are kind of consistent across neighborhoods, parcel size or hillside or something like that, right? So those should be reasons for variation in the standards, not necessarily just that it's a different neighborhood.
Okay.
And if I could add, and the existing conditions. So the existing structures in the neighborhood. So the compatibility issue. Well, if there is a neighborhood where the preponderance of structures were one story, that could affect standard on how at least the front of a property was handled with new construction.
Okay, I'd like to put a proposal out here. I would like to see a single standard for all 4 districts, adjusted for variations, an adjustment for hillside, and an adjustment for lot size. I don't think we need to drill down to what that should be, but those would be the 2 variables, and I think that's sufficient instruction to staff that we can move on. Is there a consensus on that?
Commissioner Perry's, I would suggest, as a process point, it sounds like 4 of us agree Commissioner Perry would like to see neighborhood compatibility included in that. I hope his comments reflected in the record alongside the fact that we have consensus on the 2 others. Yeah.
Okay. Second item, appropriate amount of parcel coverage. We're obviously in the trade-off between the ADU. Another way of looking at an 800 square foot ADU adds 10% to lot coverage if it's a single-story object placed separately from the main building. It basically adds 10% for a typical lot.
Right. Here's my take on that. I sympathize with everybody who has said we have a housing crisis and we need ADUs and all the other housing protection we can garner. So my involvement in this R1 effort has been largely because of the scale of what we're seeing vis-a-vis the street frontage. So I'm less concerned about what's going on behind the main house than I am what the street frontage looks like. So I'm much more concerned about a bigger step back on the second floor, for example. So in terms of lot coverage, I have been and will continue to be in favor of the 50% lot coverage.
Okay, I have 50%.
The IZO, in fact, the IZO down the road.
Do I hear 51%?
And 30 and 20 for first and second floors, and ADU no lot coverage, up to 800 feet.
Okay. Let's start that as a working assumption. You want to weigh in on? Anyone want to weigh in on? Are you comfortable with that? Okay. Sean?
So I'm. Leslie's going to kill me. I'm gonna say that I would be comfortable. I like 50%. I could live with 45%, and the reason is what Commissioner Anderson said. We have to incentivize ADU production. The fact that state law and our code permits attached ADUs, and I have some reservations about the fact that there has to be no entrance from the interior, because I think that can get defeated pretty easily in practice. I would like to see more homes, even if the person doesn't necessarily need the ADU right now. We heard public comment from families that are anticipating multi-generational living. If they can build it in a way that is legally an ADU now, I'm comfortable providing that lower baseline lot coverage as an incentive to say, look, add an attached ADU for 800 square feet.
How does that incentivize an ADU?
Because you do the extra room and the extra unit as an ADU, and so it becomes available down the line.
But the ADU doesn't count toward lot coverage. You might as well
Correct.
build a 50% house and an ADU.
And there's nothing stopping you from housing your kid in the ADU while you're waiting.
Why not be able to build a 50% lot coverage and an ADU on top of that, which is what I'm proposing?
Because I'm in certain neighborhoods, that's going to get us to very, very large coverage. I'm saying I can live with it. I'm not saying, okay.
Jason, do you have some thoughts on here? We're talking about a basic lot coverage, a starting point.
I mean, I just as the general concept of trying to carve out a place for smaller homes in our housing stock, where I mean what the prices have done in the last 15 years is just I mean it's heartbreaking. It's just so transformative. We've been talking a lot about what's over the years about rental affordability, while ownership affordability has far outpaced what people can pay for, at least at what middle income households can pay for. So I mean, again, I don't expect to be here when we're voting on it, when you are voting on it, but I think that there's reason to aim lower, but as a general concept, 45 or 50 seems like we're talking about the right kinds of numbers, the right kinds of options.
And I would second that, because if we are interested in demassing the appearance of building, that's what this battle is: mass versus the existing neighborhood, which is always going to be smaller than the new buildings. The best way to control mass is by lot coverage. That creates the greatest impact on privacy for the neighbors, creates the greatest impact on the front of the street. So you're saying 45 to 50, 50-50. Okay, I'll try 48.
49, 47 going once?
Sure. 48.
Sounds like it's all in the same block.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And with 60 under 5,000.
Yeah, there's going to be an adjustment. There's going to be an adjustment for lot size.
Let me just talk about the pricing. I've talked to a couple of realtors in Sunset Park, reluctantly. And what they've told me is that the house size really doesn't matter, that you're going to get the same price, ridiculous as it may be, for a 50% lot coverage as you are a 60% lot coverage. I live in a 1,400 square foot house in Sunset Park, and I'm not even going to tell you what the value is because it's so insane that it's ridiculous. So I don't really think that downsizing I mean, I do think 50% is important, but I don't think it's going to there's never going to be single-family affordability in Santa Monica, period, no matter what we do.
I'm just going to add, because I heard that from somebody. Parcel coverage distribution between first and, are we on 2, 3, and 4? I just want to say, clarifying, I am utterly agnostic on the distribution of parcel coverage between the first and second stories. I'm for design flexibility. I am concerned about the backyard privacy issues. We're going to address step backs and upper story space, but I think there's a world in which you could have a box that was consistent with, solar coverage and neighborhood privacy and literally looked like a cube, and I'm not going to stop it from where I sit.
Okay. One of the trade-offs you quickly get into is if the second floor is allowed to be the same size as the first floor, hypothetically, then you end up with more open space, bottom line. As you squish the second floor, the first floor spreads out. So that's the way to visualize it. So if we want to give people complete freedom, they could build a cube. And that would be one way of looking at it. Or if we want to say, like you're saying, there should be some articulation somewhere, then we build the articulation by saying that the second floor has to be no more than a certain ratio of the lower floor, ratio to be selected. And then that would be some sort of compromise between preserving open space and articulating the building. So that's really what we're talking about. Any thoughts? Anyone want to propose some standard?
I like the idea of articulation on the second floor, so I like the 20-30 ratio.
Meaning define that with the
second floor being 20% and the bottom floor being 30, just because I like the idea of, we can do step backs in addition to that, but.
Okay. Amy, I see the gears turning. Yeah. You have some thoughts on that?
I don't.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm going to just propose a standard. I'm just going to put it out there that the upper floor be no more than 70% of the lower floor. Just picking a standard. So.
I guess I like. What's the probative value of the articulation? I struggle to be articulate, so I'm hesitant to demand it of others.
Okay. Well, you get more interesting buildings. The bottom line is there's more articulation. People like buildings that have different facets. People don't like a straight wall. Like you saw in that photograph that lady passed around, that the only introduction of that wall was a little recess for an air conditioning unit.
But that's
a horrible wall.
Agreed, 100%. But it's a pre-IZO building, and if we're going to a smaller lot coverage of 45 to 50%, and you have a family that wants to do more bedrooms on the upper story, and they can solve it by doing a cube, I think that could be interesting. I mean, it'd be more interesting if it were even a diamond, but that'd be hard to build. My point is, I don't feel like regulating that. That
okay, so that's one position. No
exactly.
Regulation. No regulation. Abstaining, Amy.
Same.
Okay, so we have where it's 4 abstentions, no decision, and 1 person wanting standards. That's okay. ADUs and excluded from lot coverage.
Can I just clarify though, Chair, that I'm sorry. Right now we don't have a requirement that like you can build that box, right? Under the existing zoning ordinance. I don't know why I'm guessing.
Yeah, can you clarify that for us?
So
in the existing
parcel coverage is only one piece of how a second story could be modulated, essentially. Leslie had mentioned that there are step backs. So step backs are kind of further setbacks of the second floor that currently only get triggered after you build more than 50% of the maximum buildable elevation. So we're talking about from the front setback to the rear, let's say that was 100 feet. Once you build over 50% or 50 feet of that, then you have to modulate. So currently, you could build a box if you hadn't exceeded that 50%. So when you're talking about modulation, there is another development standard, the step backs, that control that as well as parcel coverage. Does that make
Okay, so
Super clear.
So what we're really saying, what we're really saying, we're going to get articulation through setbacks, not by floor area. Okay. So let me just go right for this ADU thing. It seems like there's a comfort level here, if I may say so, with the idea that the ADUs cannot exceed 800 square feet without adding to the lot coverage. Is there consensus there? Okay, so you have that as a direction, 800 square feet. But remember, we're trying to start at a base thing of below 50%. So that trade-off, 50% lot coverage, ADU is adding, so the most we would get to in an ideal universe, or not ideal, depending how you look at it. I know, but what I'm saying, we're trying not to go over 60 in any one situation. That's what we're trying to do.
And do you care whether it's a detached or attached ADU? It doesn't matter.
So we'll leave it undefined.
And to that point, that was my argument, which was if we're to incentivize ADU production, if we can get a whole bunch of attached ADUs that may be put into use as ADUs down the line, I'm good with that because we're creating the actual ADU.
Okay, next one, a maximum building height. I would just start down the road. Jason. And look, can you give it to us for flat and pitched roof?
Well, I'm not going to put forward a specific number for either, but it seems like from the projects that we're seeing that it doesn't need to be that high. We can bring the heights down. Now, what to bring it to, I don't know, and on whether it is only a reduction in the height for flat roofs or whether there needs to be a change for pitched, it's not clear to me.
So your feeling is bring it down in relation to where the IZO put it, or where the original code? Okay.
So I'm good with 28 feet, and there was I believe, again, not an architect, someone suggested that the slopes would take care of the maximum building height because you couldn't actually go 28 feet. You couldn't be at 28 feet on a flat roof by virtue of the slopes. But somebody observed that the slopes in north of Montana it's a different actual angle than elsewhere. One's 45 and one's 30. This is a case where we should have a standard that's citywide. That is it should pick one, 30, 45. I'm not sure what the arguments are for the one or the other, but I would say 28 feet and that slope, that angle.
I would say 28 feet because that is clearly what my understanding from the task force came up with, and that deserves some response. And I know that takes care of the pitch, in my opinion. 'Cause there are plenty of 28-foot pitched roofs in Sunset Park on new buildings. And for flat roof, I would say 23 feet. And the reason I say 23 is in case there's a basement, which can go 3 feet above the ground.
Okay. Everyone feel comfortable with 28/23? Anyone feel strongly one way or the other?
Why are you proposing the 23?
For flat roof, you shouldn't be able to go 28 feet with a flat roof building because that is really a bulk of a building. You don't need 28 feet. So you need the 28 feet for a pitch, whereas a flat roof could be 23 feet and have the same square footage in the house. And then if you have a basement, that's 3 feet above grade, so it would be 23 feet.
Right, but what I understood from the letter, and please correct me if I misread the letter, is that you don't need the lower height standard on the flat roof because you couldn't with the other slope standards and roof standards, you could never actually build a 28-foot,
Yes, you
100% flat roof.
There are
'Cause
28-foot buildings in my neighborhood that are
Yeah.
flat roof.
all the way out.
Yeah.
Not stepped back.
Well, that's beside the point. The point is the height of the building is 28 feet, and it's a flat roof.
Right, but what I'm okay. So
Well, here's
Forget
way-
the slope.
you see where I'm. You
Yeah,
see
I
where I'm going.
But here's the way to visualize it. If you, right now, our standard is you go up 21 feet and then you come in.
Right, we're changing
But
that.
because the setback, the typically might be
Exactly.
5 feet, the effective height is 26 feet for a flat roof. Bottom line is 26 feet.
Okay, there you go.
So-
Right, and I'm
so-
saying, what if you build?
Can we just, everyone please remember to speak into your microphones?
Why don't we just say 23 feet flat roof, 28 feet sloped roof? We're not doing the 21-foot slope thing anymore, are we?
Well, we can. We haven't gotten there yet. We're,
Okay.
We're
Two-
still
I'm asking.
Is there a problem with 28 feet for?
Just so to maybe visualize,
Yeah.
so the poster board on the left-hand side, do you see how you actually can currently build a flat roof up to 28 feet if it had been
That's what I
pushed
said.
in
Yes.
to not be affected by the angle? So you'll see the green shape is how
Right.
a pitched roof could maybe fit within the 28, and the darker outline is how a flat roof could fit within the same 28 feet.
Right.
That's what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
I also don't see the need to have two different heights, right? The
Well,
28.
explain why, I'm confused then. Why can't you have a shorter flat roof building? Why would you go to 28 feet with a flat roof?
Because there's going to be modulation to the shape of the roof. You couldn't do the whole block thing.
But aren't we taking out that slope thing?
Well, the angles would be taken out for a flat roof height limit. That wouldn't come into play. And just to be clear, these aren't to scale. They're just trying to illustrate concepts. The idea behind a flat roof height limit is that you would limit the height of the exterior wall surface.
Which is important.
Some people feel that way, yes.
Yeah.
So
I think
that's
it's important.
what the flat roof height limit would do.
Right, and that's why I'm
We have that in the Ocean Park District, 2 different standards, and the main reason is to limit the exposure of
Right.
a wall surface.
shorter
on the
wall.
side.
So I'm still comfortable with 28 to 23. You're not comfortable with
I
it.
didn't understand what you're saying.
Amy, are you?
I guess 23 seems low to me, but
Yeah.
Well, but remember, 23 has been the working number for about
Right.
2 decades now, and we're building perfectly wonderful houses at 23 feet flat roofs.
I'm just
what
gonna.
does that mean when
Why
you
not
say
just
it's the
say
working
23
number?
feet flat roof? I mean, what's the problem with that?
That's not where I'm trying to. I'm looking for simplicity. If we have I don't want to put you on the spot. Do we have the 45-degree angle in most places, or the 30-degree angle in most? 45. So if we're saying that the slope of the roof would be, if we're calculating on the basis of a 45-degree angle, and the maximum height of anything happening on the roof for a room is 28 feet, what would be the maximum height of a cube in that environment? Would it be 23? Would it be 25?
It could be 28 if someone chose to have a larger side setback,
Right.
so that the entire wall goes 28 feet.
don't want
they theoretically they could under the current code, if they wanted to.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is, and maybe there's a way to express it, I'm comfortable with saying that the widest point can't go higher than 23 feet because you're going to end up doing 45-degree angles to get to 28. But if somebody wants to put a smaller box on top of a bigger box that's consistent with the 45-degree slope, why not?
Why would you be talking about a slope on a flat roof?
Because this is also a flat roof. It just has step backs. That's also a flat roof. It's not a sloped roof. There's no slope here.
What's the problem with just saying 23 feet for a flat roof and 28 feet for a sloped roof? I mean, why is that a problem? Seems like a very easy way to go about it.
I think are you getting where we're?
I mean,
Ramping up
I'll
the-
share a concern, right? Which is, I think that a lot, the way people are designing houses now is to feel like a loft, right? And they have these high ceilings.
But the problem
And
is, I have a couple 28-foot flat roofs very near my house, and they are monoliths. I mean, there's absolutely no articulation on the roof. They're just 28 feet of block house and a flat roof, and they're horrible.
But why? Okay, maybe we're talking over each other. But if the limit for this widest point is 23, but we're saying that the interior loft space could go up to 28, do you consider that a sloped roof, or do you consider that or is this a flat roof? What
That's
are we
really
talking
ugly.
about? I know it's ugly, but
let's just skip through this and say I want 23 feet for a flat roof and 28 feet for a slope roof.
You have enough info for this.
So, what?
You have some thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that approach makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're a little bit divided, 23 to 28 on one side. We have two others that are not in line with that.
I mean, does staff see any practical problems with taking that approach? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Should side setbacks be aggregate or symmetrical? Just flat out, let's aggregate.
Aggregate.
Okay.
That was easy.
That's a good one.
Even Group 3 voted for aggregate. I just
Okay.
want to point out.
Okay. How much upper story setbacks should be required?
Step
Step
back.
backs should be
Step backs.
required. That's really the discussion.
I have a question of staff about, well, it's not really a question, it's more a comment. As I read the staff report and the charts, the second story step back, correct me if I'm wrong, north of Montana is 9 feet. If on a 50 by 150 lot, let me specify, on a 50 by 150 lot, north of Montana is 9 feet.
So I believe you're talking about the front step
Right, the front
back.
step back.
So there, north of Montana, the front step back is based off of 8%
Right.
of the parcel depth, where the
Right.
general standard, which
Is
is like
4%.
Sunset Park, is 4%. So north of Montana currently has a deeper front step back than other places in the city.
Why can't Sunset Park have that too?
They
That
could.
goes to our earlier point.
Okay, so why don't we make that citywide, the same north of Montana standard citywide? So it's 8%. Okay? But it's up to what? There's like some,
So it's 4%. Sorry, it's 8%,
It's width.
but no more than 12. Oh, sorry. The 8% is though also limited no more than 12 feet.
Right,
So,
exactly.
And then again, the front step back, as all the other ones, are based off of once you pass the 75% maximum buildable elevation, only 25% of the front has to be pulled back. So it's not the entire front. It's only a
Oh, that's
section of
interesting.
it.
Okay, but what can I just Sunset Park has smaller lots by
Sometimes.
distribution, right? It's more of the 6,000 than the 7,500 or even 10,000. When we start pulling back at the 8% level, what are we doing to programming a second story on a 6,000 square foot lot? I'm looking. I want consistency. I don't want to end up with a situation where we've just really hindered a second story program in Sunset Park that isn't a problem.
Well, when you speak of smaller lots, I think it's important that most of these standards are based off of a percentage. So NOMA maybe has bigger lots,
Right.
so their percentage will ultimately be bigger
Okay.
versus maybe a smaller lot in Sunset Park. The 8% will, in most cases, will not equal the same 8% it will in NOMA.
Okay.
The percentage is important.
But even
it's
even
proportional.
so, it's still sort of a sliding scale. Could I ask that when you're looking at these for the red line, that you just bear that in mind, that we don't accidentally take something off the table on a smaller lot that would still be possible on a larger one?
Okay, so.
Jason had something.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, these items 7, 8, and 9, this is our opportunity to address that point that the staff report made, that the IZO doesn't do much to change the street-facing look. So this is where if we were to address that issue, it would be within these items?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And what did the technical working group have to say on that point?
I think the highlight of step backs was that upper story step backs really have a big impact on the massing of the building as well as parcel coverage, but this was another solution to how to control the size of the second floor. And there was kind of a consensus of every side should have some type of step back, and maybe modulation, or these step backs should maybe be triggered sooner sometimes to essentially require more modulation. The IZO, when we reduced the second story to 20%, sometimes the second story never got large and will get large enough to need modulation with the current standards.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, again, to me, this pulls in the question of compatibility of what's going to kind of fit within the neighborhood.
Exactly.
How can we program it within the code to fit within the community and not be unworkable? With that goal in mind, do you have, like, are there some standards that you have in mind that you think would achieve that, generally speaking, across the city?
So it sounds as if you were asking, should neighborhood contacts, maybe the block, we should use neighboring parcels to determine standards for the subject parcels. That what I'm hearing?
Not that the code would be written like look to your neighbor, but where the code is mindful of at least generally the pattern that's observed. I mean, it seems like the commission is going in the direction of having one set of standards for R1 across the city. So with that in mind, are there certain standards that you think would achieve that goal of general consistency and compatibility with existing?
Yeah, that's difficult because of just, how different neighborhoods are. I think we don't have any specifics to that degree, but I think what we've thought about, and based on what we've heard from public input and technical working group, is maybe looking at different requirements for the step backs, maybe more, maybe, as Ross was mentioning, requiring them to be triggered earlier, a lower threshold, so that really it's just, in terms of looking at it as a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, just more of a more restrictive or standard to just require more, so that the end goal being that along with other development standards just makes more new development compatible with what's there.
Mm-hmm. So I mean that general concept, if we could just say run with that and let us know, what. Make a proposal in the red line.
Well, one of the things that did come out of the, and it was pretty unanimous, came out of the task force was simplifying the code and making it user-friendly. So in terms of contextualizing these requirements, that would be the opposite of the objective of the task force. For me, the front facade is key to what we're doing. I mean, we're clearly talking about a bunch of, in my neighborhood, large homes going into a single-storied neighborhood and having an impact. And so the front step back is really important from my standpoint to maintain some level of scale with what's next door. I would be willing to see a reduction in the rear step back to allow for an increase in the front step back, to maintain some programmability of the second story.
Well, I guess I'm going to raise the opposite problem, because there's always a trade-off, which is that if we have aggregate step backs and we're allowing reduced
aggregate step back, it's
setbacks. Aggregate. If we have aggregate setbacks and the step backs we are trading front and back, we could end up with you could end up with a design that looms over a backyard at some level. And so I just want to raise that as an issue. Again, it's something that contributes to the neighbor experience. And so I want to be careful that when this adds up, we don't end up with a model that could lead to, perfectly code compliant walls that loom over backyards.
Okay, let me just round up the circle on that. If we were to herd the harm someplace, the looming, if there's going to be looming in the backyard is the least harmful place to loom. Looming in side yards is horrible because
looming in the backyard, not the side yard.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you're going to take it off the back one.
Well, does it need to be taken off?
I don't know. I don't know if it has a negative impact on the second story.
I mean the rear yard.
I don't know. But if that's the trade-off we need to look at, then I'd be willing to look at that.
So to answer the question number 8, I think there's an indication here that we want a little bit more of the step back action, and as you said, maybe triggered a little earlier, meaning you don't have to run 50 feet before it kicks in, so you can't run over 40 feet before it kicks in, but generally stepping that up a bit. And let's look at number 9. Does everyone understand that one? Should step backs be eliminated in favor of larger setbacks? And I think no. I think we still want the flexibility of the step back being something that is flexible, and then the step back. Yeah.
It could be a narrow cube.
Right. And that's not generally good.
Could be a
So we ready? Are we ready to
lose
move
my
on to
cube.
10?
Chair, how do you feel about a break?
It is now 10 o'clock, okay?
Yeah.
3-minute break? I know it's wishful thinking. What's interesting is that in the study groups, people wanted more step back. We're back in session now. Item number 10 is what is an appropriate limit for upper story outdoor space, or should there be no limit? Any thoughts?
Yeah. So, again, this is one where we have some differences, but in the old zoning ordinance, we have some differences between neighborhoods. I'm again looking for maximum flex, and again, I want to acknowledge the hillside issue. I think we need to. I would suggest that we punt to staff to work out how to deal with upper outdoor space on hillsides. But I'm more concerned about sort of sight lines and neighbor privacy. I'm less concerned about the actual size of the upper story outdoor space. So I'd propose that staff figure out a way that say, no, it's basically unlimited as long as you're adequately separated from your neighbors. 400 square feet, 450 square feet, 200 square feet, 50 square feet could be too much.
Well, but there's setback requirements for outdoor space.
That's my point. So I'm saying maximize the setbacks requirements for the upper story outdoor space, but don't worry about what the total is, so that people can do what they want to do, but we're still preserving their relationships with their neighbors.
Let me ask you a question. And this question goes something like this. I think the real problem child are the upper second floor roof decks. Those are the ones that are most invasive of people's privacy. If someone has a roof deck on the first floor, who cares? That's no different than having a second floor.
Yeah.
But it's the upper ones that are the headache. And I think they should be regulated in two ways. One, you could set a size for the upper floor. Just say can't exceed X. It could be a percentage or it could be a real size. Yeah. You could also treat them by saying whatever your side yard setback or rear yard setback, you have to double it.
There we go.
So for your roof deck, this is for your second floor
Agreed.
roof deck.
Oh, that's,
so
I like that.
So you see where I'm going with this. In other words, if you had 15 feet of side yard setback, now you need to have 30 feet. It could be aggregated.
Right.
You know, you could 10 on one side, 5 on the other.
But if you're on a 10,000 square foot lot and you can actually meet that setback requirement, who says you couldn't have a 450 square foot
right? If
roof deck?
If you have a very large lot,
Exactly. Yeah.
And vice versa. If you have a very small lot, your setback would be small, but
like a chair.
But now you would have a widow's walk. You know, you would have a narrow.
So what you're saying is not have any number, just the setbacks define it?
The setbacks, double the setbacks defines the roof. The second floor, if you have them on the top of the first floor.
Yeah, who cares? Well, there's one, I asked Ross about this before the meeting started, and we virtually never see roof decks in R1. And one of the reasons is that you can't put stairwells into the setbacks.
And I think that should still be the case.
Yeah, it is the case.
Right.
And whereas in OP, which we saw a few weeks ago, you can do that. So, or you can do stairs to the roof deck. You can't do that in R1.
Right.
So it's all kind of a mood issue.
Now, I just, in the terms of how roof decks are used, to be honest, particularly the upper ones, they are very sexy and they're named in every kind of sales item, but they're hopelessly underutilized. But when they are used, they're a headache for their neighbors. In other words, all of a sudden there's a huge party up there and it's like horrible. And that whole party disappears and nothing happens for half a year. And then it's 4th of July and all of a sudden there's another thing happen. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of a periodic nuisance, I guess.
I don't think roof decks, according to Ross, are a big issue in R1 anyway. So,
well, we're trying to consider them as the city gets denser. Roof decks might be more valuable. I don't know.
We just want to get invited to them.
Are we good? Jason, you've been quiet on this one. Okay, so we're doubling the setbacks. No limit on the ground floor, the second floor balconies and all that, and then the upper ones are limited simply by the setbacks. How far in? Okay.
Okay, so now we're on 13.
Cool.
Actually, I have something I want to hear other commissioners' thoughts on, and that is, in the case of new construction, with an ADU, you have to do covered parking. You have to do a garage. With a new construction house and an ADU, you have to also do a garage, correct? Yes.
So the ADU doesn't necessarily need parking.
That's my point.
Yes, but the house
I
still
understand.
does. If you
Why can't we apply the same standard as we do to ADUs with existing houses, where you only have to replace the parking as surface parking or not covered parking?
Sorry, can you?
Because that would address the lot coverage issue, I think.
So are you advocating for no garage then?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, why should it be a different standard from putting an ADU in an existing house? If we want to incentivize ADUs, let's not require a two-car garage and an ADU and a house, which is a lot of lot coverage.
Well, let me understand your question, because right now, if you take the 2 cars out of the garage and put them in the driveway, you're good.
With an existing house.
With an
But
existing
with a new construction, you still have to build a 2-car garage and an ADU and a house, which is a lot of lot coverage. Why not allow the same concession you allow for an existing house for a new house, whereas you don't have to do a 2-car garage and the house and an ADU, which really adds a lot of mass to the...
Would you be willing to say that there has to be sufficient space so that both cars don't, both cars parked in tandem don't come out in front of the house, the front line of the house?
Yeah, it should be the same standards as we use with an existing house that adds an ADU.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Are you okay?
well, I guess I'm not so ready to throw out the garage as a concept, and here's why. The garage is very useful besides for cars, and often it is that extra room that people then use, and they park their car. They park their car exactly the way you're talking about it. So making, quote, people build a garage is not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, why not leave it up to them? If they
Well,
want to
obviously-
build a garage, they can build a garage.
But if we're going to say R1 no longer garage is no longer needed.
If there's an ADU.
Only if there's an
Yes,
ADU.
Only if there's an ADU. That's a good idea.
Right. Oh, that's what I meant.
Oh, yeah. That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah.
Either a garage, if you don't have a garage, you have to, if you don't have an ADU, you have to have a garage.
Right.
And if you want an ADU and you don't want to put it on top of your garage, which you could do.
We could do.
You have to,
right.
You can have the ADU and then park the cars in front of it.
Or, in my case, I can park in my backyard, but that's white trash.
So,
can I just ask a clarifying question real quick? So your recommendation or opinion is that if you're building a new house with an ADU, then you don't need a garage.
Right.
But if you are not building an ADU, then you need a garage. What happens if then later on you build an ADU after you have your house and a garage, and then 2 years later you want to build an ADU? What happens to the garage?
Well, chances are you're going to be converting your garage into
Potentially,
an ADU.
yes.
Yeah.
That is true.
Or you can put the ADU on the second story of the garage. And I think that goes to, if I can jump in on this, the question of, let's look at there was, under 15, allow continuation of non-conforming setbacks in certain situations. Let's do our best to make sure that when people are proposing garages without ADUs, that they're being cited in that they're being SITED, cited in ways that should they choose to put an ADU on top of that garage, they're not going to run into a setback problem.
Got it.
okay,
Does that make sense?
so we've eliminated the garage in certain situations.
I have a question about that.
Please.
Yeah. So, what is the public purpose behind the enclosed garage? Kind of period.
Very good question.
Why would we only apply it to those who have an ADU or have plans to construct an
Good
ADU?
question.
That's true.
If you want to eliminate garages altogether, I'm with you on that.
I'm fine
And
with that.
the only dynamic that comes to mind for me is the location of the parking, the surface parking on not enclosed. That, like, would we want the like, I guess we've got the restriction on the front yard parking area. So I guess that question will come up separately. But I mean, if we don't want cars
Parked in the front yard.
Parked in front yards, essentially.
Well,
But
That's
But I think the way the ADU rule reads, that if you have a driveway, you can do tandem parking as long as you're behind the setback.
That was my question about the front line of the house. So there was in the, Ross, can you bring up the choices? There was a slot, and because it showed where the front line of the house was.
Hold on a second.
You know the one I'm talking
Sorry,
about?
Yeah, it's the boards.
Well,
It's the boards.
you just park behind the setback. Simple. Why?
So currently, parking, if you have, like, let's say if you were converting your garage and you had to relocate that parking somewhere on your lot, it actually today has to be behind the halfway mark of your parcel. So the question is, maybe for that now not enclosed parking, should we loosen those requirements to be elsewhere, maybe still behind the front setback, or maybe anywhere? That's the question.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're all saying.
We want to go behind
Or
the
in the
front
backyard
setback.
if you're on an alley.
Yeah, anywhere behind the front setback.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we're looking to apply this regardless of whether there's an ADU
I think
on
that's a great
site.
idea.
Great.
I think that's a great idea.
What he said.
What he said.
Okay, so parking can be anywhere between the front setback line, whether it's enclosed or not.
Right,
Right.
right.
So,
And they'll still come out and talk to their neighbors, right?
As long as they're not in McMansions.
okay. Is there any advantage to a trade-off between a carport and a garage?
What's the point of it? I've never understood the point of a carport.
A carport is something that shades your car and keeps you out of the rain. when you
What should
get
be
out.
optional? If you want a carport, build a carport.
Okay, so
Can you talk into the mic?
I actually.
Your mic.
I'm sorry?
Your mic, if you can.
Yeah. Is it on?
Okay,
Yeah, it's on.
so I actually had I had a conversation with someone who is looking what she was talking about is she wants a carport rather than a garage, but she wants to build her carport in a way that the roof deck of the carport serves as a first floor roof deck for the house.
The setback problem.
I know there is a setback problem, but that's where if you get into the carport mix, then you start to attach the carport. You will see designs that attach the carport to the house so that you can actually make use of what's happening on top of the carport.
But you've got setback issues. You couldn't do that.
Well,
You could choose
You'd
to.
have like a 3-foot deck.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess it's not a productive direction to go. I'm just putting it out there because we do have, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, we do have a porte cochere portion of our code that allows basically a carport, in effect, a carport to be in your side yard.
That's, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just putting it out there as,
I'm okay.
I mean, if people want to build a carport, they can build a carport.
right.
Yeah, I mean, right now the port cochere provision allows for it to be built there. It doesn't allow for you to park under it right now in terms of required parking.
Parking, I see. Oh, that's the difference. You're not
Right.
allowed to use it as required parking,
so.
except unless you're doing an ADU, blah, blah, blah.
But now
Yeah.
we would.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So let's keep going. Let's to retention of existing homes. There's a whole menu of things there. Allow continuation non-conforming setbacks in certain situations. We have already that allowed on the ground floor. We're allowed to do
It's
that.
very limited right now. So the extension of a non-conforming side setback can only be for 15 feet on one side and only for one story.
Okay,
So right now we have it, but it's limited.
okay. So,
Can I ask a question about that one?
yes.
So I think I had a sidebar conversation with someone who gave public comment earlier who was asking about, with respect to the step backs, if you have garages in the rear and the people who are there don't really care what you're doing in your backyard next to garages, would there be room to expand the provision of non-conforming setbacks in a situation where you're actually going up is next to a garage?
Yes, it's possible. So you're saying, though, to use the neighboring parcel as context of when you can extend a setback.
Well, no, that this would be a case in which this would not be a generally applicable rule. This would be a case for a modification or a variance or whatever the technical process would be, that to be able to say, okay, in this situation where I'm going up is next to the garage, nobody cares, let me do that. and let me have some play with the setbacks in that space because it's two blank walls next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need more? Would you need to write more flexibility into this case to be able to do that?
Currently, you're asking for a development standard that, I mean, we don't have one like that at the moment. If you're asking for a development standard that could be based off of kind of existing siting of structures.
In a remodel context, not
Yeah.
necessarily in a new build context, where we're trying to preserve an existing house, the only place they can go up is next to a garage. In order to be able to program the second story, they're going to get closer to the garage.
We can take a look
Okay.
at
It's
how
just-
that would play out. I'm not sure
Okay.
how that would actually work.
So there's a couple of low-hanging fruit here. One of the questions that came up, and one of the persons who testified referred to this, that when you get over a 50% addition, then you have to upgrade the parking, and so that's punitive in two ways. First of all, it limits to where you can go, particularly if you're starting with a very small house. And then when you upgrade the garage, you often end up paying a huge price to do that, which is what they were encountering. So I would suggest then, instead of using a 50% standard and requiring the upgrading of the parking, in an existing building, you could go up to 75% without upgrading the parking.
Why not just say you don't have to do the parking at all?
Yeah.
Well, because at a certain point, you're going to cross that line where someone says, well, I got a 2,000 square foot house. I'm going up to 4,000 square feet. I've got this crappy substandard
But you've got lot
parking.
coverage triggering too.
Yeah.
Again, remember, you have big lots too are in play, not just small lots. So that's the point I'm making.
I'm sorry, I may not have heard the end of that idea, that they would do what in that
Right
scenario?
now, when you get, let's say you have a very small house, and it has one-car parking, and some of them do, particularly in Sunset Park. Now, when you go up to 50%, so you have a 1,200 square foot house. If you had 600 square feet, now you have to find home for 2 cars.
Right.
That's kind of difficult. Okay, so I'm saying,
In the larger situation,
in larger
that you think
situations,
it's a problem.
no, in a larger situation, it's less of a problem because they have usually more space to work with, generally speaking, not always. But what I'm saying, allow people to go up to 75% addition, still only have 1 car in that case.
I would point, I was going to say two contradictory things. We just loosened the parking requirement so much that all they have to do is find enough space for 2 tandem cars outside.
Right.
So
If there's an ADU, only if there's
No, we
no,
took it
we
out
just tricked
altogether.
that out. We said, to Commissioner Perry's point, we said, you should just be able to put your car behind the front line, the front setback line.
Well,
So-
wait. I thought we said I may have
Just both.
misunderstood.
We expanded it.
I know we expanded it, but it had to be expanded in a 2-car or 1-car garage, depending on where you started.
But
So
if
you're
we're-
saying we just got rid of the garage entirely?
For new construction, we're not mandating a garage to begin with. So why would we? So that's that's one side of the contradiction. The flip of the contradiction is, to your point, on a 1,200 square foot house, I would go 100% before I start asking them to figure out where they're going to put a second car. Why not allow that family to go to a 2,500 to 3,000 square foot house? What we're trying to allow is for people who buy those really small houses to expand them and stay. So I don't want to force them into a parking mess anywhere below like 3,500 square feet.
Well, also, you're using a percentage, you're penalizing people with small houses.
Exactly. That's, yeah.
Just to provide a little more clarity and information, it's not strictly the requirement for an enclosed garage. It's really the entire parking chapter. So if you had a substandard width driveway, if you trigger whatever threshold you have, you're requiring, let's say the garage requirement's still there. It's a garage, but it's also widening the driveway. Other,
It's a-
dimensional
It's like that woman who had to
requirements.
expand her garage by a foot.
Yeah. Well, I think it's absurd to expand a garage by a foot. It's also absurd if you have a 9-foot driveway, now you have to go to 10 feet.
Right.
Now you got to shave
Exactly.
off a foot your whole
Right.
house.
Right.
So this threshold discussion,
Yeah,
keep in
I
mind,
think-
it's not just the garage.
Yeah, okay, that's a point well taken, that if we're allowing people to go to 100%, we're also allowing them not to widen their driveway, not to have the correct backup distances. There's a whole ripple effect in there that we're getting rid of. So
I even want to raise the question of, like in that scenario where it's an 800 square foot home, in order to incentivize it being approached as a renovation and expansion rather than new construction, why would we change any of the parking requirements that apply to the property? Why couldn't they just satisfy it with what they have?
Which they've been doing for years, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I got to say, I'm a little uncomfortable giving up the space, because when you say you double that house now, you have intergenerational living, you have a lot more cars, you have teenagers with cars, all that flows into those 2-car spaces that are required for their larger homes. And it's not that it doesn't happen with smaller 1-car park homes, but it really happens when you have the maid coming over to.
But you're penalizing, again, people with small houses if we do that.
I'm not penalizing people with tall houses if we set the expansion at the correct point. That's what we're debating.
So I'm familiar with a case where there was actually some discussion about where the actual where the property line was, and the disposition of the case resulted in an impossible driveway next to an existing house. It's an unfixable problem. But if you have a very small house, to use Commissioner Perry's example, what's to stop the driveway from being moved to the other side of the house? In other words, if you have a non-conforming driveway I'm kind of agreeing with you in the sense that if you have a 9-foot driveway, right, no, you don't have to change that setback, but if you're going to expand your house, you might as well move your driveway to the other side where you can actually have 10 feet.
What if there's not room?
Then you can't triple the size of an 800 square foot house
We
on
can
that
go
lot.
up and back.
You can go up and back, but
Now,
how
remember,
wide?
100% would be if you just added another floor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It would be just like, boom, you just clone the house,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
sure.
So you're at 100% right there. No added parking, no
I'm-
living driveways, nothing.
I'm with Commissioner Perry. I don't see any reason to change the parking requirement at all. I mean, I think if we could eliminate the parking mandates associated with expansion, we would save a bunch of remodels.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think we're divided on that. Let's
Now,
keep going.
Well, is there a lot size under which you think that's a good way to go?
A lot size under which. it's a good way to-
In which basically grandfathering the existing parking, you don't have to when expanding, you don't have to comply with the parking chapter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you're expanding, let's say you have a.
I'm saying like for small lots?
Yeah,
Would you
for
be
very
okay with
small-
that?
Yeah, I'm okay with very. This is all designed about small lots. If you have a big lot, these issues go away. It's not a big
Okay.
deal to have a 10-foot driveway on a big lot. It's a big deal to have a 10-foot driveway on a small lot. In fact, there are some lots that have the building in the front, and there's no way to put a garage in. Even if you had room in the back, you just can't get there.
You know, I have to say, on my block, there's only one household that has off-street parking.
And what's it like parking on your street?
We have preferred parking
So,
and a park across the street. So. It works.
yeah, but it's the exception that proves the rule. Not everybody has a park across the street.
Well, but there are people who do this who don't have a park.
Let me ask, Chair, are there specific aspects of the parking requirements that you want to hang on to as opposed to others? In other words, if we eliminated
Here's another
yeah.
way of looking at it. If you eliminate the parking requirement, what you're really doing is putting all the parking on the street. Okay, and I think that'll work for a while until everybody starts doing that, and then pretty soon the street will end up looking like Ocean Park, where it will look like those Fraser, those little tiny Wadsworth, those streets.
Honestly, Mario, it seems to be working in Sunset Park.
Yeah.
It really does.
And just
Again,
Not Ocean Park.
this is at the beginning of the process. You wait. When all those people start saying, "Oh, my garage would make a wonderful rec room," get the cars out.
Tony,
can do that now.
Tony has
Yeah,
insight.
I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're not talking about getting rid of the parking requirement in terms of the number of spaces you need to provide on site. It's just whether it's enclosed or not. So we're not talking about, by saying you're not required to provide a garage, we're not saying you wouldn't be required to provide 2 parking spaces.
Agreed.
Okay.
We're just
Yeah.
Is that what you said,
Well,
Jason?
well, no, I mean, I thought we were talking about a scenario where a property that did not comply with the parking chapter wanted to expand. We wanted to liberalize it so that they could expand without triggering
Right, that's
new
what
demand, new requirements. Now, whether, like, I was assuming within this that their existing parking facilities would need to be maintained. So if
Yes.
they had a single car garage, they would have to maintain that, but
Mm-hmm.
they could go and expand. So it's not like it would be putting everything out on the street. They would still need to maintain what they had.
Even
It
if
just
what-
wouldn't require that they expand.
current-
Right. A single car family has twins. They want to add a couple of bedrooms on the second floor. They don't need to, the kids don't need cars. It's still a single car family. So the addition of the bedrooms shouldn't trigger the addition of a parking space.
Well, again, but follow that out. It makes a lot of sense if someone has an 800 square foot house, and I'm saying they could add 1,600 square feet, double the size of the house. They should be able to pack in all the bedrooms they want as 1,600 square feet. And at the end of the day, they still have not crossed the line where they have to add parking. But somewhere out there, there is a line where you should have to add parking.
So what if we tied it to the size of the house rather than the size of the parcel? In other words,
I'm just saying that you can add 100% without increasing the parking.
but in this case, you could add 200%. You could actually add 1,600 to the 8, get 24, and still not need more parking.
Well, you probably have lot coverage. You might have lot coverage.
Okay, you might have lot coverage issues all the way
Right.
along the way, but I'm saying,
Okay.
in terms of triggering the parking thing, that's the big bugaboo. When does the parking thing kick in? We're trying to say, is there a place where it should kick in? And you're saying, no, there is no place.
Yeah, I
Just
am.
keep going. And I don't know what you're saying. Are you
He's saying the same thing.
saying the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well then again,
Okay.
I yield. I'm outnumbered. The people who want to put all the cars on the street, they can do that.
We want to get rid of cars.
Right.
Okay, well, needless to say, I disagree on that.
The autonomous
so-
vehicles and the drones and the scooters will be piling up in
So
front of your house.
we'll agree at 100% expansion without triggering.
Well, if that
No,
were-
I'd go anywhere. I'd go all the way.
Well, if you agree at 100%, then we're evenly split.
No. What I'm saying is that that four of us can agree that it should be at least 100%.
Yes, four of
Yeah.
yeah,
You're
and
so
three of us
diplomatic.
agree.
Three
on-
think it could
three. It
go
should be
far
unlimited.
further.
Right. 4 think it's 100%. 3 think it's unlimited. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
The technical working group did not want to allow continuation of non-conforming height,
No,
so we shouldn't.
no.
Yeah.
That would just create a disaster.
Right.
But these are, you know, in my discussions with people who've done remodels or in the midst of it, and this, I know this is not a zoning code issue, but their biggest problems, frankly, have been with the city in terms of inspections and sort of wires crossed about what you need to do, and then another inspector comes and it's something else you need. It's really a nightmare. So I was, and this is not a code issue, but is there any kind of project manager role that somebody could assume at the city for single-family remodelers?
We haven't really talked about that yet. What I will say is the city just hired a new building official who will be starting right after Labor Day. And one of the things we talked a lot about during the interview process was the work he's done in Los Angeles, where he worked to coordinate efforts with the inspectors and the plan checkers, and to make sure that the inspectors are being consistent, and
That's great.
what you're describing doesn't happen.
I
as
just heard
often.
nightmare stories. I mean,
Yeah.
And
I
we've
don't know
heard
if
it over
Kate-
the years too, but we think that our hope is that the new building official will help to rein that in and start to address those issues.
I mean, case manager may be overkill, given what we're talking about here, but if there was somebody who could help somebody through the process.
Yeah.
Also, some kind of booklet maybe that could like take them through the steps, which doesn't exist, and it
Yeah.
says like they fall into a black hole when they come in the city.
Right. We've heard those concerns, and we
Okay.
will try to address them.
And I guess there was a letter from someone who was talking about being held accountable on a number of existing non-conforming that were existing non-conforming issues that had been created by a prior owner. and that the attempt to renovate or rebuild was stymied by the desire to address those issues. Where I would go on this is to suggest that and this goes back to the gentleman who spoke and wrote the letter this afternoon, where there's a safety concern, I would absolutely insist that we meet safety regs, but where we can provide some flexibility when the applicant is not the person who created the problem, I think it could be helpful to smoothing out some of these. That may be a very idiosyncratic situation, but there's existing non-conforming all over the city.
Well, it's
And-
also
Are
like
we
he
are
bought
we
the house.
are we getting a little bit off
Yeah,
track?
yeah.
No,
I took us off track.
Okay, I think it's
planning, though. That's building and safety, so there is kind of a...
Although
Well,
David has both.
It's a question of whether it's, the opportunities for additional modifications to development standards.
Development standards are development planning.
They are planning. So
Yes.
when the non-conforming item is not strictly a building and safety issue, but is a planning issue, I'm just sort of making the distinction between the current applicant being a bad actor and the previous.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
David, this is a question addressed to you. We have a process for minor and major modifications to pick up all these
Yeah,
oddball
exactly.
conditions.
Right.
Would you objectively say that process is working? What's the workload? What's it look like? Or is it no one really takes advantage of it because it's either so obscure or so difficult that it's not working? In other words, do we need to fix it, or is it not broken? How would you weigh in on that analysis?
When the concepts of the minor and major modifications were introduced with the zoning ordinance update, the thought behind that was to provide processes that weren't as strict as variances. But however, there still are findings that need to be made to approve these smaller variations.
Right.
And it's not necessarily just to allow a bigger addition. It's usually because of some kind of
Topography
circumstance.
or
Exactly.
funny shaped lot or
Exactly. Yeah.
building was built in the wrong place 50 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, and so, we don't see, we haven't seen in the 3 or 4 years since the zoning ordinance was adopted that many of those applications. And to be honest, a fair number that have been applied for have been denied because the findings couldn't be made.
So let me ask, and this goes to a thread that Commissioner Perry has been fairly consistent on. Is there a way in that context, we're trying to preserve existing housing stock. We're trying to incentivize remodels and adaptive reuse over rebuilds. Is there a way to come up with a required finding that would essentially reflect that public policy goal alongside neighborhood compatibility, because I think they go together, that would make the approvals easier, such that you could make a finding essentially that this is necessary to enable a remodel to take place in lieu of a demo and rebuild?
It's too vague.
Conceptually, I think so. I think that's
Okay.
what we were asking is, should there be a more flexible or easier process
Right.
for the addition?
Right.
If it would incentivize, the retention of existing homes.
But you said something I really disagree with. If somebody has a house that has non-conforming uses that someone else did, they are totally responsible for that. They bought a house with non-conforming uses. I did, and I'm responsible for it now. And the fact that someone else did it doesn't make me not responsible.
I agree that you're responsible for it. The question is, to what extent, what should you have to fix to bring into compliance in order
health
to...
and safety.
That's what I agree on health and safety. I'm saying on a non-conforming development standard, depending on the nature of the development standard, is there a way that it could be written so that you can make those findings more flexibly than you can under the current code and conditions?
It's definitely something we can think about
Okay.
and look into. It would be difficult, I think, to be able to discern between certain types of projects and the motivation behind being able to take advantage of something like that. But, we can look into it.
Take a crack at it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'm looking at item number 15. We had the bottom one, allow additional parcel for single-story dwelling, that was a no.
Was it?
Right?
On additional parcel coverage for single families? Is that where you are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why should that be different than a
I don't think
two-story?
anyone thinks that's the case. Does anyone agree with that?
I heard a sidebar conversation which suggested that that would help with neighborhood compatibility.
I don't know what that was, but I think the lot coverage should be standard for single
Okay.
families. And it always has been.
Just for some background, it
Yeah.
was brought up by certain members of the technical working group and the public as a potential incentive to retain smaller existing homes, maybe by allowing more parcel coverage for a one-story home.
In the case of a remodel.
Remodel or even a new construction, because then you would have less of an impact with the height with your neighbors. So
Well, we're allowing more lot coverage for small sites.
Yeah, I'm thinking on the 6,000 square foot lots or the 7,000 square foot lots, would we allow people to go a little bit bigger if they didn't go up?
Yeah, the problem is that tomorrow they're going to show up. The next owner is going to show up and say, I would like to go up. Now
Yeah.
you've
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
You know, you kind of,
Okay.
Well, if the code doesn't allow it, you mean like in the context of a variance? What's
well,
the?
someone has gone, let's say the standard is 50%, but someone stated at 60% because there's a one-story building. What we're really saying, they can never go up. They are stuck
Right.
with that
Mhm.
60%.
And
that would be true.
Is that a bad outcome?
Well,
Right.
it's not a good outcome if you value open space. And I'm willing to trade some height for more open space. Open space is valuable. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, which would you rather have, a whole lot that's filled with a house basically the whole way down?
Plus,
Or-
and if they added an ADU, there would be no open space.
Right.
So I guess I'm saying there's some value to preserving open space.
Okay.
I'm just positing that.
I can live without it.
Okay. So did we solve, I'm starting from the bottom, create an easier review process for development standard modifications. We have a review process. It's minor and mod. Is it working? It doesn't seem to be being abused, meaning everyone's not coming in and saying, oh, I want this, I want that. Is it, you're saying a lot of them are being turned down, which means that, you know, the system is probably working. Only the necessary ones are getting through. Is there anything that we need to do there from, I guess, do we understand from the ones that are being turned down, are there any lessons there that tell us what people are shopping for that we can't find a way for them to find it?
Right.
Yeah, again, it comes down to the finding that there's some kind of extraneous circumstance, existing circumstance with the physical aspect of the parcel itself. I think it's really a question of whether it appears to be somebody who just prefers this versus this is really the only choice they have.
Right. So we don't have a good solution for that, so we can pass on that for now. Maybe if you come up with one, that would be good.
And if I may, Chair.
Please.
The question before that, the additional modifications to development standards, the question is whether our list is a good list within the code of what you can request a modification for, and did the technical committee, no, I'm not saying that right, were there any insights from there on what?
Not in terms of specifics, just more conceptually.
And same thing, you were raising a conceptual question. You don't have in mind particular standards that should allow more flexibility through modification.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to think more about that, but I'm sure we could come up with.
Because I would think that if there is a way to expand that list in a meaningful way in the context of a rehab of an expansion of an existing home, then that may be something we'd want to include.
If I can, I think the two pieces are can we find a way to prioritize adaptive reuse, for lack of a better term. It's remodels, prioritize remodels. That will allow for the expansion of this list, and then Commissioner Lambert had earlier requested, I think, of Zena Josephs, that there be a look at, and you all, that there be a look at some of those successful remodels in Sunset Park, and maybe there are some lessons to be learned there in terms of things that, you know.
Well, that's my point.
Right.
I mean, and she offered FOSP
Exactly.
services to do it. So.
Yeah, so that's great. Yeah. I just wanted to reiterate.
Okay, so are we done with 15? Is there any additional work? You had asked that you had raised the question of whether you could continue a wall for 15 feet on one side. Then the discussion might be, can you continue it either for longer or on both sides? Any feeling on that?
Nope.
Let's just throw it out.
Yeah.
Both sides. Let's just say 15 feet both sides. So.
Okay.
Non-conforming walls, 15 feet on both sides. Is that?
Sure, and we can also just think about it more too, and if
Okay.
there's some ideas we can bring forward.
Okay. Item number 16, are there other incentives that should be considered?
Fee waivers.
Fee waivers, okay. Let me ask, David, does the fast tracking of process of approvals, we have certain categories of things that get fast tracked. Affordable housing gets fast tracked. Landmarked buildings get fast tracked.
Supposedly.
Yeah, but let's say there is, and I assume our seismic upgrades are being fast tracked, I hope. How is that working? Is the fast tracking just jamming up the whole system for everybody else? Or is there a way to make that be an incentive? in other
Yeah.
words?
Well, I don't have exact numbers or data, but I would say it's very challenging because of the workload. Staff can try as hard as they can to fast track a landmark application, for example. But there's only so much time in the day and so many people to work on them. So, without being able to add people to facilitate that fast tracking, expediting, it's difficult.
Got it.
Were there other incentives that were raised in the process that?
No, it was just the question was just did you have any other ones to add that
The
weren't
biggest
covered
issue
already?
that they discussed, the task force discussed, was the parking issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 17, should existing projections and height exceptions be updated? Let me ask you, you suggested that there's something wrong with our projection meaning eaves that can go into side yards, fireplaces that go in cornices. I assume that's what you mean by projections, all that other stuff.
Yeah, so they're either projections horizontally or projections vertically,
Right.
essentially,
You can have
and
skylights above your roof plane.
yeah,
you can have all
sometimes
that stuff.
some of them don't exactly reflect current technology or that maybe foster variety of architectural styles.
Yeah, I think with this section, we're not really looking to do a lot of changes. It's more like making sure that what we've listed is accurate and reflects, like Russ was saying, current technology. We don't talk about where EV chargers could be located, if they can allow to be projected in the side yard setback, so maybe include something like that.
Okay, so I think anything having to do with ecology, EV chargers, photovoltaics, all that stuff should go wherever it wants to go. There's no reason to herd that cattle into one area. But other than that, it seems like the projections are fairly consistent and reasonable. I'm not seeing, if there's new technology, we should allow for that. But.
Yes. And I think the other thought that was brought up is perhaps the R1 chapter should have its own specific table for these projections so that it's more the user friendliness, so they don't have to go to the.
It's same wine in new bottles, basically. Right. Okay, so I mean that's fine if it if it makes it easier for people to navigate the system, that's fine. But it seems like the projections and height things are working. So basement size should be limited.
Why?
Well, hear me out. I'm not saying.
I'm just asking you why.
I'm just quoting the question.
I know you are.
Did we say yes
It's
to
getting
18?
late, Mario.
Did we agree on yes to 18?
Yes, it was. It was
Just
user
making
friendly.
sure.
Okay, should
Right.
basement size be limited? I don't think basement size should be limited, particularly if we're going to screw down the allowable base lot coverage.
Mhm.
And if people want really big homes, God bless them, go underground. It's very stable down there.
underground.
Well, yeah, I'm sure eventually that'll happen. But the point being that it does address very nicely the issue of massing.
Mhm.
If there's one thing we can do, and that's to solve the massing problem, is allow people
Mhm.
to, if they want to pay, to go underground. So, so that I'd say 19 is no limit, you know,
Mhm.
whatever it is. Should light well development standards be standardized citywide? You will get more basements if your light wells are allowed to extend into side yard setbacks or front or rear yard setbacks. You just will,
Yeah.
because it's going to make those basements a lot more habitable.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on that?
No.
In other words, if we want to give basements, we don't want
Yeah,
to take away basements
exactly.
by saying, oh, well, you got to cut around your.
Do you want to give a limit? I mean, I don't care, but do you want to give a limit as how much of the setback it can take up? Say a third or half?
Well, I don't know how big a light well is, so I think it'd be kind of premature to say that.
Okay. If the light well is being used as an exit for a bedroom,
Yeah, it can't be part of the setback, right?
it can go.
It
It can
can?
go into the
Some places
setback,
can.
but it has to be at least 3 feet wide.
Right.
To be used as an exit from a bedroom. So I don't think we need to actually set size limits. I think
Okay.
we can just say they can be, as long as the code is explicit that they
Agreed.
can be. And then they could include stairs, they could include, you know, light wells, they could include a whole bunch of things, but let them.
If I may just observe, AB 68 is not the only bill in play. We just thought we were brilliant on parking and ADUs. SB 13 is making its way to require exactly what Jason proposed. So,
I vote yes.
well done.
You knew.
Okay. So, should ARB be allowed to review and approve more development standard modifications? So if someone came in asking for extra height or extra width, or what would that look like in terms of?
So it's kind of hard to see, but there are, so although R1 is typically never reviewed by ARB, there are some instances that ARB could already allow for modifications outside of the minor or major mod or variance. Some of those are in regards to already hillside developments. They can allow a certain size of a technical third story on a slope. Like there's a couple of them baked into the R1 specific chapter for design review. There are some that if you want to extend a little bit more of the side setback, ARB can look at that. So there are some, and we just didn't know if you are comfortable with allowing ARB to kind of continue that or potentially expand upon that.
Okay, and again, the same question, is it working right now? Are people coming in, and is ARB reaching what we would be called reasonable and productive decisions?
Depends on who you talk to.
My,
Well, I know, but that's why we're
my
talking.
experience with ARB review of R1 is typically when it comes to hillside, which we can get into in the hillside development. I haven't personally seen a lot of ARB modifications to normal development standards. So it's not that they're not working, it just seems like it's not a common request.
I see.
So, if I might, one thing is that I think this should be simplified so that ARB has consistent jurisdiction across all areas of the city on the same things equally across all neighborhoods. Whatever ARB does, whether it's more or less, it should be equitable across the city. The question that I would ask goes to the question of dissuading speculation, ensuring neighborhood compatibility. Having to go before ARB adds a step in a development process. And there's a part of me that thinks to myself that you have these 12 to 1,500 square foot properties on 6,000 square foot parcels that a certain group of people would like to turn into, say, 5,000 square foot homes, right? We're dealing with it on the coverage side, but is there a number adding 3,000 square feet to a home that could trigger an ARB hearing that would make flipping a house that much less appealing to somebody who wants to come in and do it.
So you're talking about design review for a certain size addition or home,
Exactly.
essentially. That's not currently a development standard. It could be. Or
I'm
not a
asking,
development standard.
would it be worth exploring as a way of because again, we're identifying, we're saying that most, and our experience is that most owner builders who want to add on to their properties are taking their homes to somewhere in the 3,500 to 4,500 square foot range. Maybe, and mostly lower than that. Those who are, but there are other actors coming into the city who are trying to do spec houses that are larger than that. And I would not be opposed to some kind of a trigger review that would essentially serve as a form of dissuasion. And if they can get through ARB, okay.
I think that's a really, really bad idea.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Number one, there's the capacity of ARB,
Yeah.
which is limited.
I'm hoping it would turn them off entirely. I just
Well,
can't say that.
and we can't say speculators need to go to ARB and owner builders don't. And given our new development standards, owner builders can build the same size house as a speculator
Yeah.
can. So I just don't think it goes anywhere. I'm not in favor of it.
Okay. I mean, I just,
Okay, are we zeroing in here then? If we look at 21, 22, and 23, should ARB's preview expand beyond hillside development? I would say no on number 23.
Right.
Should ARB preview expand to north of Montana? I would say.
So currently, ARB reviews hillside development of a certain slope everywhere except north of Montana.
I think we should all be equal in front of the law.
Yeah, exactly.
So that would be one standard for everybody.
Yep.
Should ARB be allowed to review and approve more development standard modification? I think that's a no. I think it's
Okay.
working. Let's not fix it.
Okay.
We're down to question number 24. This, to be honest, requires a little deeper drill down than what we've had this evening. I mean, with all due respect, I mean, this is something where we need to see some examples like we were seeing that very nice breakout of all those setbacks, step backs, all those things where we had good examples to understand it.
This is incredibly complex.
It is.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interactive parts, so we would say one thing, but then maybe you can come back to us with a suggestion of where we're running into problems. What's the history been?
We had a problem, remember, about 6, 8, 10 months before you, Sean, that hillside north of Montana, north of Mesa. Whatever you come up with, make it such that we never have to do that again.
You're talking about Foxtail?
Yeah, Foxtail. We had talked in the working group about looking at the LA ordinance because they have a very intricate hillside ordinance, and I know it's 12 inches thick. But there might be sections of that we could use in LA and in Santa Monica.
Which is the sub bullet points are when we've looked into other cities, these are some of the development standards that they have specifically for our for their city, for hillside development. So we're not saying it needs to be all of these or only these, but these are ones that we are actively looking into that other jurisdictions like Beverly Hills or LA or other hillside development has. So these were just some options, some considerations.
So in the interest of getting through everything else and getting this done before the IZO expires and providing some certainty to the public, do you, and this is maybe a question for you as the content on this, but also for the traffic cops over here, is there a way for us to say, look, maybe go back and do some deep dive work on hillside development on a separate lane that's not going to come to council in September, October? What's going to come is a staff report that says we're going to do everything but the hillside development piece. We got to fix the hillside development piece, but it's going to take us another few months. Let's get the R1 stuff done and come back in a few months with hillside. I want to be, because if we go down this rabbit hole,
Right.
I worry that we're going to
Well, I mean, I guess I
get
would.
lost.
I mean, we certainly could do that and come back with that second piece. I wonder if we could offer to take our best shot and come back with the red line with some markups and get your
Okay.
response at that point. And if we get it right, then we could keep moving. If not, then we could punt.
Okay, I guess what I would ask
Tony, do you have
then-
anything to add to that? Yeah, I I was was just going to say, if we need to, we could add it to bucket 3. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
bucket 4.
Bucket
whatever
four.
it is.
So reading, for example, Margaret Griffin's letter, right, about the new and old Sanganang rules. This is so far beyond anything that I feel like I can make an informed recommendation on. If you decide to go the accelerated path, if you can figure out some ways to give us some basic education on the issues, that would be really helpful.
Let me ask you a question. But when a project is a hillside, there is a bright line that allows you to say, this is a hillside project, this is not a hillside project.
Yes, so there's kind of two thresholds. One is if you have a grade differential of 10 feet, you are limited to your height measurement option. So typically we have 3,
Right.
it excludes one of them.
Right.
And then if you have a 12.5 grade differential also, you have to go to A or B.
Oh, you have to go
Yes.
there.
So there is review in place for hillside development. The Foxdale example was they had variances that they were asking for I think upper story outdoor space, I think third story if I remember correctly. So that was some of the hillside development standards that we could make. Hillsides are tricky, so to make those easier and then also be more contextual appropriately for the
The
slope.
problem with our current practice is we have standards for flat lots, and we try to twist them to make them work for
No,
hillside
no,
lots,
no,
and
I
it
understand.
doesn't work very well at
Yeah.
all.
No, it creates weird
does.
huge
Yeah.
retaining walls and all kinds of weird stuff. But, okay. The
Not
last,
to mention hedge appeals.
last two.
May I comment on the hillside development, or we?
Go ahead.
Okay. I guess, first a plea and then a question. I would hope that that Santa Monica would not become a place where people's homes are dictated by view protection. I would hope that I would really love for the discussion of that particular option to stop here. The idea that it would impact that your neighbor's view would impact what you could do with your property just doesn't seem like
Right.
the ideas that drive our policies here in Santa Monica. And it could be that is just a matter of perspective, but my perspective is that that the way that our policies, our standards apply to the upside, the upslope, is much more favorable than how they apply to the downslope. And that's my perspective because I'm looking at it from the street. It may not actually be the true dynamic, but the perspective from the street matters. And so as we're looking at this, I would hope that one of the guiding ideas is and I'm sure it would be, I just want to underscore the perceived mass from the street is an important consideration.
Actually, in my neighborhood, the hills of Sunset Park, your neighborhood too, sorry. the downslope houses are much more in scale. I mean, they tend to be like one story and built down, whereas the ones across the street are not.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And we've seen that those downslope properties are pushed into the variance process where the findings are very difficult to make. And you've got people across the street with a lot of stake in what's going on, and they come out. And,
You're right.
And so, if perhaps a different set of rules for the downslope and the upslope would make sense.
Okay. think we've reached the bottom. Number 25 and 26 are really already kind of covered in our previous discussion, as I understand it. Are there other things people want to add?
I just want to say an incredible thank you to staff. I mean, you have done an amazing job, and the staff report is one of the best I've ever read. And this chart helped enormously, and the way you conducted the task force and the community meetings, top notch. So congratulations.
I did have two. There was a question that came up earlier about ADU balconies.
Mm-hmm.
I would sort of urge you to sort of fix it,
Make
essentially,
it easier.
if people are comfortable with that. There was that restriction. Do you have
So what it is, for upper story outdoor space of an ADU, whether it's a balcony, deck, or even a landing, it's limited to 35 square feet, and it has to be 25 feet from the closest side parcel line and 25 feet from the rear. So again, when you're building over a garage that's kind of already in that corner, we are hearing that it's difficult to include a balcony potentially, or maybe an exterior staircase that has a 3x3 landing. I think the intent was to bring those open spaces into the middle,
Right.
but it's triggering some issues when you're dealing with existing structures.
So if you could, in the interest of time, if colleagues are amenable to that, perhaps you could come back with a red line that you think is workable, addresses the problem, and preserves the spirit of tonight's discussion.
Yeah, I think we can do that, and I think some of the other things that you guys have talked about may address this. So if
Yeah,
we're not
we
counting
have the,
ADU parcel coverage, the people can now build these stairways inside and not have to worry about the parcel coverage space it takes.
I think
up.
it's more on the conversion, that if you're doing an ADU conversion from a garage, we want to make sure that that's possible without having to reconstruct the entire garage.
Sure.
And if you can do that, that would be great.
Yeah.
The other, and this is,
if I may,
Yeah.
and included within that is looking at the step back that would apply to an ADU.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And then the other thing, and this is important and it's come up and you've raised it and I just want to acknowledge it, is because of how the IZO came into being, there have been, countless discussions with the community about providing real clarity about if this happens, when it's going to happen, when it's going to take effect. I think in many respects, we're providing a little bit more flexibility in our recommendations than the current IZO includes, so there'll be some incentive for folks to wait. But again, when you come back with the red line, if I could request that you that would be a moment to start to say what the noticing procedure will be. We obviously don't know when council will take action until it's agendized, but that there's a plan for real notice to the public. I've been contacted by any number of people who haven't weighed in, but have just said, look, I need to know what it is, and it needs to be what it's going to be. Yeah, so thank you.
I'm sorry, just one other point that I know you would consider this all anyway, but in the scenario where we are loading up some pretty important, valuable incentives for existing structures, existing homes to expand, putting in some checks so it's not gamed by, semi-recent construction.
Okay, last thing we really never talked about, but I think we do need to start talking about it, is the solar setbacks and access rights. And I don't think you need to wait for the Office of Sustainability to make a move or the state codes to make a move. I think this is something that we really need to get ahead of the wave on. And there could be some very simple standards that require certain angles from the north and west aligned property lines so that you're protecting the solar rights of the neighbors on either side of you, and vice versa, you would be protected. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a big discussion we need to have, and it's going to start to drive the shape of our city.
Just out of curiosity, when someone comes in with a new construction application for a home, are they required to do shadow studies?
No.
Would that be a good idea?
I think, to be honest, I think they will
it a waste
do
of
it.
time?
No, they will do it if they're doing a full-on photovoltaic system, because it's a big, expensive system.
I was thinking about the people next door. Like if the people next door have systems, the
Right.
new house is not going to impact them.
Right. What I'd like to do is build a code that protects those adjacent neighbors.
Right. So I thought
they
a
don't-
shadow study
so they
might
don't
do-
have to do shadow studies. The code already has
Oh,
built
okay,
in
okay.
the protections for them. Okay. Do you have anything else that you need from us?
Yeah, that's about, we're about halfway through what we need.
Okay. Let's keep going.
I'm just on that point, and this may be out of left field, but there's nothing that we've just talked through that would render any aspect of the net zero ordinance impossible to achieve, right? Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's, we again, to the spirit of simplification, want to make
Yeah, the
possible
only
for
thing,
people to do stuff.
mostly we see solar on
Yeah.
top of roofs, so smaller second stories, smaller solar area is the only one that could come to mind, but I haven't heard that is an issue with the IZO, which seems to be working with, in regards to solar at least.
True, but then again, we haven't seen as many building permits for single-family homes because of the IZO.
Right.
People kind of wait it out.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any new agenda items going once? Please.
So I should have mentioned this earlier, but we realized that Jing will be back at our next meeting, which means that this is Roxanne's last meeting, and she's really done an amazing job. The idea of Jing, you know what a workhorse she is, and the idea of her being gone was frightening. But it's been seamless. Roxanne's done an amazing job, and we really want to thank her.
I second that from staff too.
Yeah, I want to
No,
thank Roxanne.
she's not going anywhere, but yes.
Yeah, I want to thank her for that, because it is very hard to step into this river just all of a sudden, and you're just like being swept along by the current and being banged from side to side as you go down. And I thought you did a very good job of keeping your head above water and keeping our heads above water, which is more important for us, obviously, as an organization. To have you at the helm has been really good. We are adjourned.